I'm here in Helena to formally open our council meeting. I'll give our council today. Kene tātou, e te atua, ka tuku mātou kia kaha mai ngā māngai ko whiriwhiri mo kaihira o te ko tika ki te mahi me te ngā kaupapa. Me te whakamahi ngā pūkinga me te mātaka nei roto I ngā wānanga me ngā whakatauna, ka tūri ai te tai hapuri o te tikana, e tūpatahi ana, kamatu ka hakapiki ana I te wanga o tō tātou o he tātaua o te rohe runga I te tika me te pono. Lord, we ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Far North District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently. Before we move into our hui, I want to outline how we will work through today's agenda as well as the standard I expect us to hold around this table. There is an order paper in front of members that follow the flow of the meeting. Rather than moving straight down the published agenda, we'll group some other reports. We'll begin with the two items where external advisors are joining us, items 8.2 and 6.1. So we can hear from them duly and allow them to continue with the days. From there, we will continue consider the community board and committee minutes, followed by committee recommendations, and then the decision-making items. We'll close the public portion of our board with the remaining information reports before moving into our public excluded business. This is going to mean moving backwards and forwards through the published agenda today, and it may take a little time for us to find our rhythm, and I ask that we work through that patiently together. Going forward, my expectation is that our agenda will take a more structured shape around this approach, making the flow clearer for all of us. But for today, you've got your page numbers there to help you navigate. When we come to the reports that are committee recommendations, I will invite the relevant committee chair to briefly set the scene and bring what the committee would, the key matters considered and how it arrived at the recommendation now before council. Our committee should now be settling into their rhythm. They are where we should be taking the opportunity to go deeper on the issues, develop our position, and bring clear, considered recommendations back to this table. When that work comes before council, we should not be aiming to reopen every matter already worked through in committee or asking staff to cover the same ground again. Members must, of course, ask the questions they need to ask and exercise their own judgment, but we also need to respect the work of our committees and use council's time. In October last year, each of us made a declaration to faithfully and impartially perform our duties in the best interests of the Far North District. That commitment needs to remain in the centre of how we conduct ourselves and how we make decisions. I want to remind us all that we are not here making decisions for other people in this room. We are making them on behalf of almost 75,000 Far Northerners who call this beautiful place Hiki o Tika home. Through the contribution of us all, the work will be completed. The work that we have been elected here to do will not always be easy, and good governance needs us to do the hard, to listen, to test our thinking and to respect different views, and then to make decisions together on behalf of our district. That is the leadership our community should expect for us. It is the responsibility we accepted when we took seat in this chamber, and it is the standard I expect us to today. By way of a number of mayoral announcements as well, a welcome to Manukiri who are in the room and to you here as well today. Also, I just have to, I have to do it.
Yes.
I said, mate, I've got a job to do. It's told you upside down by your legs and give me a bit of a shake and see what money comes out. But I also said history could be made tonight, so I'm just going to also have my phone down here playing the game. With about 20 minutes to go, Helen tucked it to me and just said, go to the stadium. I didn't want to just leave, but if you're saying go, I'm going to go. And I was really lucky enough that when I got there, security just come with us. No. That was very exciting. It was exciting to see the visits across the Far North District to a number of schools, and Kirikiri up to Te Heku, a number of public engagements in Kaitaia, a number of schools up in Muriwhenua as well, down to Kaikohe, where I was proud to receive them with our Kaikohe Rugby Football Club, and also for the first time ever bestow the Northern Taniwha with the key to the Far North District as Mayor of the Far North, and the first Mayor, the only Mayor of the Far North to ever see a Ranfurly Shield win. And then today they're heading to both North and South Hokianga, so Te Kura Taumata o Pangaru and also Te Kura Takiwa o Punoni. So much pride seeing Kaumatua, former Northern Taniwha just in tears, so much pride across intergenerational pride with that. So we really want to acknowledge Northern Taniwha and that group. I also want to acknowledge and congratulate Kate Simmons, who is one of our own from Kirikiri, who has been appointed as the CEO of Northern Waters. So I know within this chamber we've always had concerns around what does it mean to see an amalgamation of water services, and does that mean whānau and Kaipara are going to get a put ahead of us? When I look at our board chair being from the farm and our new CEO being from the farm, it gives me a little bit of comfort. We will be supporting Kate in her new role and wish her all the best. I believe she starts in months' time. I also want to acknowledge our very own Whaihilda Harawira. Councillor Haukiat Harawira is not present today, and I'll move apologies on her behalf shortly. She is at the World Waka Ama Games in Singapore. She took out our regional, she took out our national competition, and now she's over there representing us at the World Games. So wishing her all the best, and no doubt she'll bring us home a medal as well, another source of immense pride for us. I also want to acknowledge that you're not going to miss me today because I'm in front, because we have painted it yellow in our chambers today to support Daffodil Day, which officially is tomorrow, and the Cancer Society. 1 in 3 New Zealanders are diagnosed with cancer every year. So if we look around this chamber, 10 of us at some point in our lives will actually face that horrendous obstacle that is cancer. So whatever you can do to help support the Cancer Society and the fantastic mahi they can do by sharing posts to help generate revenue, by giving today. I believe we've got some pohajars in our kitchen area today as well. Please do so. Also note that we do not have a permanent legal staff member present for today's council meeting, but we will have Jonathan Salter from Simpson Gresson, who will be available for legal questions raised for item 8.2. We also have a major item not on the agenda, Northern Waters, LGFA, I didn't practice this word, accession, sounds like ascension when Jesus went up. Council support and establishment funding, we did have a workshop on this, and unfortunately the paperwork didn't come too late, so that will be on the agenda today as well. We will have Rice Spear come to be able to speak to that item. We also have Kawati Wakefield present as our Kaipiti Reo Māori language interpreter. And if you need one of the interpreting devices, then some have been moved around. I haven't seen Miss Aisha here. Live streaming, a reminder that our council meeting is live streamed on our council YouTube page. And a reminder that is this our last meeting or we might have one more? Until we get our microphones that have been ordered in on their way. A reminder that these microphones up the top here do pick up more sound, so please keep side chats and paper shuffling to our public agenda is available in the FNDC website. With that, I am going to go to apologies and move that we accept apologies for Councillor Haukiat Harawira today, if I can see. Thank you. Any other comments? All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That is carried. We're going to go now to item 8.2, notice of motion, membership worker committee for chiefs. It is in page 10 of the PX agenda, so I will let you get there. Now, operationally, this item has been moved into the public, even though it's in PX agenda, and our government team will consider online provisions. I'm just doing the possible things. It was a request from the member of this small business going through the public. I was grateful to get that request come through so that we could make sure that with our legal support, and also the letter that's attached to that did ask for sensitivity from Te Kaupapa Tānui. So I had the time to go through and check through with them to make sure that that was to be considered in public. The notice of motion is that council note the purposes and responsibilities of our relationships, including strengthening council supporting Te Tiriti-based partnership, improving engagement and championing shared decision making. B, determining the council no longer has confidence that council is living the small business continuing membership compatible with the purpose and responsibility objectives of Te Koaka, and C, remove council living the small business from membership. That has been moved by Councillor Alvin.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. Before this motion proceeds to substantive debate, I ask you to rule on whether it should proceed to determination at all in its present form. This motion seeks an adverse consequence against me based upon allegations about my conduct. These allegations are contained in a complaint that I was never notified of, was never given an opportunity to respond to, which was not, to my knowledge, being determined through the Council's Code of Conduct complaint process. Now, Council's own code provides the process for determining alleged misconduct and provides sanctions where a material breach is established, including suspension from committees. Now, my legal counsel has formally advised Council that proceeding through a notice of motion in these circumstances risks bypassing that process and denying me natural justice and procedural fairness. I therefore ask that this motion not proceed to determination and that the complaint first be dealt with through the Council's established Code of Conduct process. Mr Mayor, could you please rule on that procedural point before substantive debate begins?
As a point of order, understanding orders, your point of order doesn't touch under any of the subjects for a point of order to be raised.
25.1. Thank you.
And I am confident that our legal have said that as this isn't a code of conduct hearing, this is simply the power that this council has to appoint members from committees. I'm happy for us to continue. I'll ask for a second to the motion. Are there any specific questions? We have our legal external available online, otherwise we can to first one.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Has the Council's legal expertise read the letter from my legal consult and understood the implications if we were to proceed?
Mayor Walker, I can speak to that. Yes, we have received the letter from Councillor Smolder's legal advisor. We've considered what the information it contains that Councillor Smolders has very briefly referred to, and we've responded to all of those points The basic response is that this is not a code of conduct situation. This is not a code of conduct complaint. Amongst other things, the code doesn't allow for complaints to be made for external parties. What it is a notice of motion to remove somebody from membership of a committee, which is an action that doesn't require any specific formal process under the Local Government Act other than a resolution. That the rules of natural justice, in our opinion, don't apply to this situation, or to the extent that they do, they have been met by providing Councillor Smulders with a copy of the notice of motion and the background information that relates to the alleged the lack of confidence that has been expressed in her participation on that committee from a relevant external party. The Councillor Smulders now has the opportunity to speak to the situation, which would be a way in which she would exercise her right to be heard as is appropriate. So to answer that, we have considered fully the issues raised by Councillor Smulders' legal advisors, and we find them not to have merit, and that the situation does not warrant any further process than the process of hearing from Councillor Smulders and the council making a decision on whether or not she continues on that committee. That's the short answer, really.
I note that, thank you, Jonathan, that I received that just now, not giving an opportunity for my legal advisors to respond. This has been about for a week, so I know that the council has given me mere minutes to respond to that. I also note that you mentioned that the evidence supporting the resolution is a code of conduct complaint in itself. So I'm not understanding how are you going to be using that evidence to support your resolution? That is a code of conduct complaint?
Mayor Mockle, through you, can I just say that this isn't a code of conduct complaint? It couldn't be. The letter couldn't be a code of conduct complaint because it comes from a party that isn't a member or the chief executive of the council. Councillor Smulders, you may have only had a few moments to hear what the legal advice is, which was only sent last night because the letter was only received yesterday. But you have had some days to know what the background to the situation is, separate from any code of conduct complaint, which is providing you with the opportunity now to speak to it if you wish to.
Okay, I'm going to move into debate now and go to the mover of this motion, Councillor.
Tēnā tātou. I want to be very clear about this, what this motion is and what it does not do. This motion does not silence Councillor Smulders. It does not remove her from the decision-making process, and it does not prevent her from scrutinising, challenging or opposing anything that comes from Te Kuaka. Te Kuaka makes recommendations to Council. It is Council that ultimately exercises the governance decision-making authority. As a councillor, Councillor Smulders will continue to have the same opportunity as every other elected member of Council to receive those recommendations, question them, debate them, propose amendments, and ultimately vote for or against them. She is also free to observe Te Kuaka meetings and remain informed about its work. So this motion does not diminish Councillor Smulders' democratic mandate as an elected councillor. Her vote at this council table remains exactly where it is. The question I pose is much narrower. Does council have confidence in Councillor Smulders to serve as one of its representatives within a committee whose purpose is to build and strengthen strategic relationships with hapu, iwi and Māori? For me, those two are very different responsibilities. This motion addresses the second, it does not interfere with the first. And that distinction matters because the strategic relationships Te Kuaka exist to strengthen are not peripheral to council business. These relationships are strategic assets for the far north. To give examples, Te Kahua Taonui is engaging with major domestic and international developers around large-scale renewable energy and energy resilience opportunities for Te Whaitokero. At a time when households and businesses are feeling the cost of energy, iwi are helping bring investment conversations to regional significance to Northland. That is strategic infrastructure and economic development. Te Runanga o Whangarua takes a free mobile nursing service directly into rural communities, including Tāko, Matauri, Matangiro, Taimaro, Waitaruke, Pupuke, Otangaroa, Waihapa and Mangaeti. No appointment is required, and importantly, the service is open to everyone. Their representative, Nais Manuel, also works closely with Council and Emergency Resilience during major weather events. That is community wellbeing and resilience. Te Runa o Ngāti Rehia is contributing to the cultural vibrancy of our district through events that bring together communities together while also supporting whānau wellbeing through initiatives such as Hutia Te Rito, looking after mama, pepe and whānau during the first 1,000 days of that pepe's life. Culture, hauora, employment and stronger communities are not separate from Council's wellbeing aspirations. Ngāti Rehia help make the far north a better place to live. Te Runanga o Te Rārua is employing people to undertake water monitoring, kauri protection, pest control and ecological restoration. The taiao they are protecting belongs to the experience of everyone who calls the far north home. That is employment, environmental protection and kaitiakitanga delivering a public benefit. Te Runanga o Ngāti Hine through Ngāti Hine Health Trust is a major provider of health and social services across Te Taitokero. Those services support the well-being of the same communities this council serves. That is a strategic social infrastructure. Te Whiu Hapu has worked alongside Kiwi Coast, Puke Tōtara Landcare and others in the development of a specialist Kiwi hospital near Kirikiri. That collaboration is helping protect the taonga that is part of the identity, environment and visitor experience of the far north. That is conservation through partnership. And Te Roroa has commercial interests spanning farming, forestry, honey and commercial development. Those businesses create economic activity, employment and productive investment. Iwi economic development is far north economic development. These aren't activities sitting outside the far north economy, they are the far north economy. Our own regional work tells us that Northland's communities are dispersed, vulnerable to severe weather and dependent on resilient networks for healthcare, freight, emergency response and economic activity. It tells us our transport network is a lifeline supporting community wellbeing, economic resilience and emergency response. Those are precisely the spaces in which our hapu and iwi are already working in. So I don't see strategic relationships with Māori as something council maintains simply because it's a legislative obligation. Council needs these relationships. Our economy benefits from them, our communities, our environment, our emergency resilience, our ratepayers benefit from them. And if our vision is genuinely a district of sustainable prosperity and well-being, then strong strategic relationships with hapu and iwi are not peripheral to achieving that vision. They are critical to it. That is why the ability to build and maintain those relationships matters when we decide who council appoints to Te Kuaka. So I put this to my fellow elected members. Can somebody who repeatedly publicly undermine hapu and iwi participation and the legitimacy of the very relationships this committee exists to strengthen, can they sit and then can they actually reasonably remain council's representative charged with strengthening those very relationships? I don't believe they can, because relationships depend on trust, and trust doesn't magically appear when Te Kuaka meeting starts. At our 5th March council meeting, when Councillor Smulders was appointed to Te Kuaka, she gave us an assurance: I will be respectful. She was asked, respectful in and out of council, and she responded, I will be respectful. And that matters because respect for our strategic partners cannot begin at the committee table and end at the council chamber door. And I want my fellow elected members to understand the consequence of damaging relationships with hapu, iwi, and Māori. We don't punish iwi and hapu by doing so. We disadvantage ourselves. We make it harder to coordinate infrastructure, build resilient communities, harder to attract investment, respond to emergencies, protect our environment, improve health and well-being, grow our local economy, and ultimately harder to achieve the very vision this council set for itself. I don't see our relationship with hapu and iwi as a concession council makes to Māori. I see them as critical infrastructure for the future of the far north. As I said, Councillor Smulders remains absolutely entitled to her political views. She remains entitled to challenge council. She remains entitled to vote against recommendations and to publicly disagree with hapu and iwi. But membership of Te Kuaka is different. It asks council to choose people in whom we have confidence to build the relationships the committee was created to build. For the reasons I've outlined, I don't have that confidence in, and therefore ask fellow elected members.
Councillor Allen, I'll go to the second councillor Rakni who would like to speak.
Te kai ka kua e rapu tōna na hau I taku tūni ngā pauro, whaina kia puri te oki kōrero tairanga mai.
Would any other member like to speak?
Can we please have that translated?
He's reserving the right to speak when he's blind, is what he wanted to say.
Thank you. Sorry,
Deputy Mayor,
just a point of clarity, the translation is available via the devices. It's not going up on screen.
Deputy Mayor,
Kia ora koutou. I strongly support this notice of motion. I want to reiterate Councillor Allen's kōrero about this nom. It is not about stopping Councillor Smulders from having an opinion. She remains an elected member and she retains the rights and responsibilities that come with that role. But membership of Te Kuaka, the Māori Strategic Relationships Committee, as Councillor Allen has expressed, is different. Te Kuaka is essentially about relationships. It's about trust. It is about council working respectfully with iwi, hapu, and strengthening the relationship between tangata whenua and local government. If we're going to sit at that table, then surely we have a responsibility to respect the people we are sitting alongside, both inside and outside these walls. I have become increasingly concerned by the way Councillor Smulders speaks about Māori issues, portrays Māori issues, both publicly and in other conversations, and by the information she shares online. In my view, some of that information has been misleading, hurtful, hoha, and damaging. So the question we must ask is, what effect is this having on the relationships this committee is supposed to build, to help build? Because words matter. They matter to our kaumātua, they matter to our whānau, they matter to our hapu and iwi, and they matter to the generations who have spent their lives fighting to have Māori voices heard, respected and upheld. This is not only causing hurt in our communities, it is also affecting our organisation. The online spread of misleading information has a very real cost to council. It is hurtful for staff, and it pulls staff, elected members, iwi, hapu and our community leaders away from their business as usual work at an already extremely busy time. Responding to misinformation takes time, effort and energy, and ultimately that costs money. Those resources that should be focused on serving our communities, not repairing damage caused by misleading commentary. Here in Te Tai Tokerau, we stand on the shoulders of some extraordinary people, iwi leaders, ropus such as those that Councillor Allen has previously mentioned. For me, I think of people like Dame Whina, our great Te Raroa leader from the Hokianga, who led the Māori land march from Te Hapua to Parliament under the kaupapa, not 1 acre of Māori land, not one more acre of Māori land. I think of people like Sir James Henare, who spent much of his life advocating for our people, our language, and the recognition of Māori rights under Te Tiriti. Leaders closer to home, Takinane Tate, Maturakina, Papa Rao Makiha, and the many kaumatua queer hapu leaders, marae leaders, and ordinary whānau of Kaikoe Hokianga, Te Tai Toke, who have stood up often when it was very difficult to do so. Some marched, some protested, some sat around negotiating tables, some fought through the courts. They did not work so that generations to come, so the generations who came after them would not have to start again from the beginning. And today we have our current iwi leadership, including Te Kahuwal Tānui, continuing that responsibility and continuing to advocate for the mana and aspirations of us all. I want to acknowledge my own position in this. When this council originally considered the membership of Te Kuaka, I was prepared to give Councillor Smolders the benefit of the doubt. I supported giving her the opportunity and the privilege of sitting on that committee, following her commitment to our mayor that she would do a good job and be respectful. I hoped that being at the table, listening directly to iwi leaders, hearing the kōrero and experiencing their wisdom and knowledge, you might gain a greater understanding of Te Ao Māori, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and the history that has brought us to where we are today. I genuinely hope that, but membership of Te Kuaka cannot simply be treated as a seat at the table. It comes with responsibility. This decision doesn't erase Councillor Smolders' democratic mandate. It does not stop her from speaking, voting or questioning council. It simply says that membership of this particular committee carries expectations around trust, respect and relationships with iwi and hapu. For me, supporting this motion is about protecting the integrity of Te Kuaka and protecting the relationships that generations of people before us worked incredibly hard to establish. We owe that to the people that came before us. And most importantly, we owe it to the generations who will come after us. So for those reasons, I will be supporting this notice of motion. Tēnā koutou.
Good, I'll go to Councillor Gorsuch.
Yeah, kia ora. I was one of those that voted for Councillor Smolders to be on their committee too, with the hope that she'd understand just how important that committee was and what we have achieved by it. It's taken a long time to build a trusted relationship. And what concerns me the most, though, is the effectiveness of Te Kuaka and its function. Really, that's an important thing to me. I know Councillor Smolders does, other speakers have said, she's got plenty of opportunities. She's still a member of council. She can vote no or vote for things as she wishes. But establishing the relationship and that trusted commitment that's taken time to work and produce dividends, it saved us millions of dollars. That is not apparent. I realise the public have got a view, and you see that as the complaint was regarding statements made in the public. I know that has caused the concern of people, and they have actually got the wrong picture, unfortunately. And I know that from the comments that have been coming back from the public to me. And I've just gone at length to explain to me what it's about. In the far north, we are a community of many small communities. Some of those communities have 100%, if not 98% Māori population. They deserve to be heard, to actually make this a distinction between Māori and hapu and the community in some of these cases is not warranted. Personally, I would like to see far more empowerment given to small communities and communities of interest, especially as we go forward in the new triennium. A lot of the problems we see at the moment would disappear, and that having these trusted relationships and achieving something would go further. And I'm serious when I say we have saved millions. That message is not getting out there, and it needs to be. I'm really disappointed we come to this position, but I actually support this, and I'm hoping that central party politics and things don't come into local council. That is a no-no, and it should be taken out of the act that allows such things to happen. Thank you.
I'll go to Councillor Balke.
Through you, Mayor. Whilst I agree wholeheartedly that our strategic relationships are incredibly important, and I acknowledge the points that Councillor Allen has raised, but my concern is the process, and I still haven't heard a clear policy threshold or when elected members should be removed from a committee. Whatever standard we apply today, I feel sets a precedent for deciding elected members going forward on these committees. I just, without a clear and consistent process or concise process, I'm uncomfortable to support the removal. I would love to see us find a very clear and consistent process to address these issues going forward. So I'm not comfortable to support this today.
Councillor Boyd.
What we're hearing today, I have some questions that I hoped that Councillor Smolder would speak to provide clarity on. Number one, why does she want to be on that committee? I invited her to be on my infrastructure committee and that offer was declined. The infrastructure committee is the only committee with a $3 million delegation, and also that has millions and millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars that we need to manage and control. That could save money using your skills and your background. You've said as part of your policies that you would like to save ratepayers' money. Coming on to the infrastructure committee, you can do that. That offer was declined. And yet, for some reason, and I'm not sure what that is, I was hoping to hear that today, what your motives are for going on the Kuaka committee. Councillor Smulders was voted in from her constituents. She has a right to be here at the council and she has a right to have different views. I understand that. I do not hear Councillor Smulders being disrespectful to me or the other members. What I mainly see is after the meetings, social media posts and other narratives outside of that meeting. From what I've heard from Councillor Allen, a lot of the concerns are about those social media posts and the narrative around those posts and what that is doing to our council and our relationships, not only with the Māori, but with ourselves as a council. Councillor Smulders, I can see she works hard and I see that her values may not align with some of the other values of other councillors. We have Councillor Hilda Harawira, who has advocated for Māori rights her whole life on this council. And on the other side, we now have Councillor Smulders and the ACT Party, which have an allegiance with Hobson's Pledge. Completely separate views, all on the same council, representing the same community of the Far North. Managing those different views is not an easy task. The question that I have, and I hope that Councillor Smulders will address this, is with her being on the committee or off the committee, will that change her approach to how social media is done? Will that change the way that our relationship as a council is in terms of advocating the messages for our district? So I'll await to hear the response from Councillor Smulders on that. But what I do want to recognise is that the Crown created councils. We only exist here because the Crown created councils, and the Crown creates the legislation that we operate under. What the Crown is doing now is we are now having party politics at a council level, and also they're pushing decisions that were previously made at a central government level down to a local level, and we are here in a tight-knit community and we see that face-to-face in the biscuit aisle. So in a community with 50% Māori, we are here to represent all of the community, including that 50% Māori, but also to represent the other half of that community. And What I would like to see is stronger relationships with iwi Māori and with Te Kuaka and with Te Kahu o Tainui, allowing them the opportunity to trust us. Allowing Te Kahu o Tainui the ability to see that having relationships with Far North District Council is advantageous. And maybe the Far North, we can have opportunities like we've seen in the South Island, where iwi is such big business that everyone goes to them. That is a privilege to go to their table because they are leading the way. Look at the Waikato, they are huge business, and we should not be missing out on that opportunity as we have the next few years to gain that momentum to see Te Tai Tokiro, to see Muri Whenua, to see all of the whānaus grow in economic prosperity, which I know that Councillor Smulders would like for the Far North because of those relationships. In closing, I hope that I will hear from Councillor Smulders and her views, but what I would like to see is not just what happens in the meeting, but following that and looking at how we represent those views of our council and our iwi partners in a respectful way.
I'll go to Chairman Bay.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa. I have been charged with bringing the voices of South Hokianga in particular, but Hokianga and Kaipui through the community board as chair. And I just want to really make the clear statement that this isn't, I hear this kōrero, this isn't anything around Pākehā versus or Māori versus non-Māori. And in terms of the population of the ward that I bring the voices from, in Hokianga we're 85% Māori descendants, and in Kaipui it's around 80, something like that. It isn't anything about, sometimes I think there's a confusion about who our ratepayers are. In our ward, it is predominantly, there are Māori landowners, business owners, there are principals at our kura and our schools, there are teachers, our nurses, our representatives on our health trust, which is the largest employer in Hokianga, by the way, Māori health provider. And our ratepayer population will be largely Māori, and some don't pay rates for whatever reason. But I just want to remind everybody, you councillors here are making the decisions for all of us, our people. I don't get to vote here, but I bring the voice. You're making decisions around things that are vital and important to our lives, including where we get our drinking water from, what happens to our wastewater, where that wastewater goes, and actions around civil defence and many other things that you all know about. So over the past 6 years, those relationships between council and our iwi, mana whenua, and actually our communities has been much improved. And I really mihi to everybody, staff and councillors, who have been involved in improving those relationships. There's been a lot of difficulties in the past, and it's been a great thing to be able to stand in this position and say things are different now. And I see it coming through when people are more involved in our local government processes. It's, you know, one of the only ways that our people can have a say about our own waters, our own land use, and where our toilet waste goes is through resource consent processes and through coming to council. So those relationships are critical, they're vital, and as I say, for many in our ward, that is coming via hapu. So those relationships and are sometimes expressed through resource consent conditions, but not entirely. And to be able to have some understanding and move forward is critical for our people and our way of life. To to have a space like Te Kuaka where people can come and kōrero in a way that they feel like they will be listened to, in a way that is culturally safe, that follows tikanga and is respectful, is vital for our people to be able to have a say around the things that affect our daily lives. This distraction that is happening through the expressions of the negative relationships and the misinformation that is happening on social media is distracting from the real work that is important to our people. It's coming through to us as elected members, including our people who are very close to the ground, and it's coming through. There's concern from of things that I think is really unfounded and quite often unfair, and some of it is deeply founded, because people are hurting with the misinformation and the breakdown of trust and confidence in council. It is making it a lot harder for us to do our jobs, to be able to say, no, please be involved in these important things. Council is changing and improving. And I feel like we've gone backwards in this, in my life that's been daily around this raru that I think is unfounded. So I support the motion to remove Councillor Smulders from Te Kuaka, because we need to have a safe space for those relationships to be built, to be trusted and not to be undermined. We need to grow the confidence in the council, no matter which direction it goes in the future. Those relationships are critical, and I want to tautoko what the previous speakers have said. Tēnā rā tātou katoa.
I'll pass now to Chair Sabritsky.
Prior to just talking, I was going to bring this up in my normal chair report, but I think it's an opportune time for me to say my piece. These contentious issues, I just want to let you know, these contentious issues are affecting our team in Te Heku to a huge extent, to the extent that we have had 2 meetings where the team or parts of one of our team have, number one, brought up the subject about being basically attacked by the public, wanting to know their answer, wanting to know where they stand. And my advice at that stage was to stick to our agenda, stick to what we're there for, and let council take care of the rest. From there, we've also got constant stream of this, again, the issues coming out of chambers and on social media. Our last meeting, one of my team were basically threatened. And that's something I can't handle. That's something I won't handle. And this is why I'm speaking now. I just want to let you all know that the adverse effects on our ability to do our job, to handle our job, to stay focused, to stay enthusiastic about our job is waning. Yesterday, we had a brilliant meeting with Combined Community Board members. On the way home, this happened to come up in conversation, and I still remember one of the sentences that came out of, or the comments that came out, is "I never signed up for this." So that's how far the effect goes. Yeah.
Good, I'll see if Councillor Rakina wants to speak now.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Hei, tīmatanga kōrero māku, e tuatai e tuku mea aroha, ki ngā mema o te kuaka, te iwi Māori, ngā tauiwi noke, ngā kaimahi o te kaunihera o te eku o te eka, i te nui o ngā kōrero, me ngā kino o puta mai i tētahi o ngā kai kaunihera. E porongo ai kātou i te ngārara, uru atu ki ngā mema whāri o te hiku o te ika, Te o ki anga ki kaipohe, o whangaroa ki te peo pairangi. E harei te mea kei wainga nui, tuano i a tātou ngā kai kaunihira me te komiti o te kuaka. Orera, māku e ki ake nei i te mea kua hauke te hea mana o te kuaka, ka tuku te mamihi aroha ki a te katoa, e mātaki maina, e hakarongo maina, e noho maina ki ruto i tō tātou nei whare. I just want to read a few things from what we expect in terms of the responsibilities and the commitment that we all agreed upon, that we signed up to in the committee for Te Kuaka. One of those is to build and sustain genuine high trust relationships based on he hakaputanga and te tiriti or waitangi. If you have to ask me if Councillor Smulders represents what I have just said, I would say kapore. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I'm not alleging my opinion on that. It's factual. We've seen it. Social media posts. We've heard the kōrero within our chambers. Number two, continue with the development and implementation of Te Kuaka, Te Pai ki Tawhiti 2040, our strategic intent. Councillor Smulders wasn't at our hui last week to tautoko, to give her kākano to their kaupapa. Support strategic partnerships that empower communities, hapu and iwi to shape their own development. Kawia te pātai, e uana ia ki wenei mahi, ki tēnei wati ona, kahore. Page 13 of the agenda. Te Kuaka terms of reference establishes Te Kuaka Committee for Māori Strategic Relationships as a standing committee of council whose purpose is to provide strategic leadership and guidance that strengthens Te Ao Māori perspectives within council decision making and ensures genuine Te Tiriti task-based partnership and leadership between council and iwi hapu. The committee is specifically tasked with building and sustaining genuine high trust relationships, supporting strategic partnerships, developing those partnerships and engagement frameworks, identifying and prioritizing strategic relationships, and assisting council to maintain effective, good faith relationships with our Māori communities. I saw this coming a long time ago. When the recommendation first came to us, and I asked for that specific recommendation to be voted on separately, I kite au I te kino to I tō tātou nei whare. I kōrero ahau mo te mokoroa. Ko tahi te mokoroa e kakati ai te kahikatea. So when I think about the journey from where we were at that time to where we are now, ka hore anō te tahi mea kia huri, kia panoni, kia hakatika, e tonu ana. A kai kaunihira, the Venus Smulders, ki ana e hihi ai. Ki ngā kuaretanga o tōna pāti. E tātou mā, what we're deciding here, the kōrero, the debate, what we have as terms of references is no different from any other committee. Te koukou, te miromiro, te huia. When you are delegated to these committees, you have an obligation to abide by those terms of references. To abide by what you have set out to do, not go against it. So e tātou mā, don't just focus on this is a Māori take, this is a Te Kuaka take. No, this is a council take. And we do have the right to do this. We do have the right to do this. Hare te mea, he Pākehā, he Māori, he Haraini. So, what I would like to see is the vote for the councillor to be removed. And if you're sitting there, still sitting on the fence, getting thistles, then ask yourself with your gut instinct and everything that's in here, the facts, Are you comfortable with that? Are you going to have a good sleep tonight? I strongly totable this notice of motion and I commend Councillor Allen for bringing this to the table. Ka mutu aku kōrero I konei. I runga I te whakatau ki ko tahi te mokoro e kakatia I te kahi katia. Ka te rongoa o te motini kei mui a tātou. Kia ora.
Good. I haven't had any further indications to speak. Councillor Smulders.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, councillors. So today's vote is presented as a simple one. To remove me from the Te Waka Committee, yes or no. But I ask every councillor to consider what that vote actually means, because this is much more than me. Council itself appointed me to the Te Waka Committee in March. Since then, I have done what I understood that both the appointment and my elected office required me to do. I read the papers, I asked the questions, I scrutinised the expenditure, I challenged the recommendations, and then I exercised independent judgment. Ratepayers did not elect me to agree with everyone. They elected me to think. Now, I've heard it suggested that I have another agenda when it comes to the Te Waka Committee. So I'd like to make my agenda crystal clear. I follow the resources, I follow the exercise of public power, and ultimately I follow the money. Because it is not our money, it's just the ratepayers' money. It belongs to the ratepayers. And they are entitled to know how it's being spent, what decisions are being made in their name, and what outcomes they receive for that expenditure. So I don't vote against you at the Te Waka Committee. I vote for what I believe is right for the ratepayer. There is, however, a much more serious issue before this council today. The material supporting this notice of motion contains a complaint about my alleged conduct dated 20 July. I was never notified about the complaint being made. I was never asked for a response. I was never given any opportunity to answer those allegations. I did not even know the complaint existed until I received this notice of motion seeking my removal. So the consequences arrived with the allegation. And that should deeply concern every elected member around this table, because council already has a code of conduct specifically designed to deal with allegations, a process concerning elected members. It provides a process, you have to notify, it gives me an opportunity to respond, and expressly recognises natural fairness and justice. And then when there is a material which is established,
she wants some help with the report for the electoral system.
Now, none of that process has occurred before council is being asked to impose the consequence upon me. My lawyers have formally written to the council raising exactly that concern. They say that this notice of motion that seeks to use council's general powers over committee membership bypasses, and I repeat, it bypasses the code of conduct process. I'm not being afforded procedural fairness, and importantly, that simply allowing me today to speak does not cure that defect. So think carefully about that. I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking council to follow their own rules. If I have breached a rule, identify the rule. If I have committed misconduct, identify the misconduct. Put the allegation to me. Give me the evidence. Give me a reasonable opportunity to respond. Follow the code and determine it fairly. Then act upon the finding. There is no current finding against me on any code of conduct. That is natural justice. This is due process. So I ask you, for those supporting my removal, to distinguish very carefully between disagreement and misconduct. Because questioning expenditure...
The contents of this, point of order is for relevance. The councillor is speaking to code of conduct. It's the terms of references that we're using here in the notice of motion.
I I agree, but I'm going to use my discretion to allow the councillor to continue.
That was what your substantive debate was about, was my code of conduct.
That's tika. I do not want to talk about a code of conduct. I talk about the terms of references. Mr. Ka wero hau I tō haka taunga I taku point of order.
You can challenge the ruling on the point of order and we'll follow through the process on that afterwards, but I'm going to allow Councillor Smulders to continue with their last 1 minute speaking.
So questioning expenditure is not misconduct. Challenging a recommendation is not misconduct. Casting a dissenting vote is not misconduct.
Chair, I am sorry, but this is not relevant to the resolution before us. She is going to use this content later. The relevance is please push back because this is like a code of conduct hearing and this is not the place. No. Talk to the terms of reference of the committee if you are familiar with them.
I'm going to do a 5-minute adjournment to make a decision Tom's Kenny Cat. Thank you for the adjournment where I have considered the point of order being raised. I'm going to uphold the point of order being raised. 25.2C relevance. The topic being discussed is not the matter and will be again. Understanding order 25.5, a chairperson's decision on a point of order is final. Councillor Smolders has a minute left to her time allocated to discuss this and ask that she refrain from referring this to being a code of conduct.
Thank you, Mayor Moko. So if Te Kauaka's decisions, expenditure, decisions and outcome withstand scrutiny, then there is nothing to fear from an elected councillor asking questions. And this is where I believe that the council needs to very carefully send the correct message to the public. How dare that we demand that the ratepayers comply with council rules and processes if we're not prepared to follow our own? How dare we treat public money as something from which decision makers need protection from? And how dare we dismiss the democratic vote on ratepayers by removing the elected representatives from a committee because that representative refuses simply to agree? My vote does not belong to me. It belongs to the people who elected me. So finally, I would want the ratepayers of the Far North to hear this from me. Whatever happens to this vote, I will continue to read the papers. I will continue to ask the questions, and I will continue to follow the money. You can remove me from Te Kauaka, but you cannot remove me from the mandate given to me by the ratepayers of the Far North. I will not be silenced. I ask you to reject this motion. Thank you.
I'm going to speak and then I have Councillor Thetford down. I originally supported Councillor Smolders sitting on this committee. Now, a lot of my other mayoral colleagues around this country, and maybe when I'm a little bit greater, a little bit older, I will sit at a table, probably not this table, but sit at a table and say and do anything as if the mayor is equal to, being the king of an area, and just say whatever the hell I want to say and action will follow. But that's not the kind of leader I am, and I do believe in inclusive leadership. So I originally supported Councillor Smolders sitting at the Te Kauaka table. But if I'm being completely honest, we need koha for Te Kauaka no hoha, and the behaviour and actions of Councillor Smolders, and it's reflected in the letter from Te Kahu Taunui.
Point of order, Your Honour.
But that is not what we're considering.
Point of order, that's not what we're considering, correct. So everybody's referring to it, but I'm not allowed to refer to it, but you're referring to it.
I have not said the COC route, so thank you.
It's the letter of the COC.
You are not the chairperson.
Stop. Like you won't.
Rangatira to rangatira relationships are paramount to getting the farm ahead and seeing our vision of He Whenua Rangatira, a district of sustainable prosperity and wealth. We are all rangatira, but we are not upholding the rangatiratanga of the Far North District Council at our table and what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing on the ground. I also push back and am frustrated when I hear that members deserve to know how ratepayer money is being spent, and that's why they should sit at the Te Kauaka table. We've had an offer from the Te Kauaka Committee for Transport and Infrastructure Chair for members to sit at that table. That table oversees a capital budget of $168 million and a significant amount of our operational budget of $205 million, but the member does not want to sit at that table. So I find it hypocritical that the member then wants to sit at the Te Kauaka table, which doesn't even have oversight of any of the budgets, but it's about relationships, strengthening the relationships. Because of those reasons, I rescind my original inclusive leadership and the right for people to sit anywhere, and I support this motion that will see Councillor Smolders removed from there, and this council has the power and the mandate to appoint or remove members from committees as they see fit. for any given reason. In fact, mayors up and down this country appoint and remove members just at their own whims sometimes. But that's not the kind of person I am, and I never have and I never will do ring-arounds and call and press on people to vote a certain way on my behalf so that I get my way. That's not my mode of leadership, and that's not the way that I operate. Everything is a conscious decision, and it's a way of leadership that I'm proud and forever valuing up. But for me today, the vote is very clear. Councillor Smulders was given an opportunity to sit at that table. The opportunity was disrespected, and this council has the power to remove you from that committee. And so I call on the membership of this council to remove you today. Councillor Smulders.
That point of order, we've had a number of speakers speak again in favour of the motion. In the agenda, it is now 11:20. Do you wish to proceed with the debate? Can we call it?
I appreciate that, and earlier on during this item, I did look at that. Because so many members have had the opportunity to speak, I'm not going to silence anyone for the opportunity to speak to this now, so I'll pass over to Councillor Street.
Kia ora. We all want to do the best that we can in the roles that we carry out on behalf of council, on behalf of the constituents of the Far North. It can take time to settle in and find where your skills best advance the direction of this organisation, the district or the region. And when you read the terms of reference, you can identify quickly where you might fall short, realise the value that you might conflict with, or the commitment expected, and just get off that committee. We all should be turning our minds to be united about reform storm and more strategic efforts such as long-term plan, the possible drought that's coming this summer, and drinking water threats. Te Kuaka makes recommendations, council makes decisions on the money, is what my colleague next to me said. How dare you imply that financial scrutiny will not take place without you on Te Kuaka? And we've heard it again, you know, the undermining of the relationship, the things that have been said around the table not being listened to understand and move forward peace, you know, so we can all work harmoniously for the betterment of our people. Our legal advice have already detailed clearly only the CE or elected members can make code of conduct complaints. This is not a code of conduct. This is a terms of reference, a breach of that, and under Schedule 7, Clause 31, and a number of other clauses in the Local Government Act, it's up to this Coney header to make the decision to remove a member unless they do it themselves. And look, what we achieve at Te Kuaka is amazing. What's good for Māori is good for everyone. What's good for Māori is good for everyone. We have kept, I think Felicity's got the numbers in her head, but what we achieved in the last term at Te Kuaka saved us millions of dollars. And when I say us, the ratepayers. So yeah, we need to keep punching above our weight in that space, and I better not say anything more.
We'll go to Councillor Allen for right of reply.
Kia ora. Thank you all for the debate and for covering much of my final kōrero. This is about relationships. It's about the terms of reference that we all as elected members confirmed and voted on to accept. And that has what we as elected members, as councillors, how we must conduct ourselves should we become members of those committees. And that is what I am raising today, is that the behaviour is inconsistent with the terms of reference of Te Kuaka. Not about asking questions, and everything that Councillor Smulders says that she has done, she can continue to do as an elected member, as a councillor. This is about the relationships and the impact that the membership of Councillor Smulders is having on the effectiveness of that committee. The questions can be asked, but what is causing distrust is the social media narratives that are being perpetuated. Not only that, but it's the comments like in our long-term planning workshop where the comment was
Point of
made,
order, relevance.
the relationship.
Unfortunately, the comment, I won't know whether it's relevant or not, so I'll allow it.
The relationships are being harmed because of the comments that are not only being made on social media, but within these chambers where at our long-term planning workshop, you said we need to keep levels of services up in libraries for people who feel uncomfortable at marae. That is targeting our marae. And should we take our council hui to marae so our whānau Māori feel comfortable in this space? When we talk about serving all communities, we also serve Māori who are also ratepayers, who make up a large population of the Far North District Council territories. When we talk about look at Ngaitahu, look at Waikato Tainui, they are settled iwi. Ngāpuhi, hapu collectives within our district are heading down that route. We will be blessed to have the relationship once they get to that end goal. And if we don't carry on building on the relationships that we have now, once they are established, just as Ngaitahu are, just as Waikato Tainui is, the doors will be closed to us if we don't maintain those strategic relationships. So I thank everyone for their inclusion in this debate, and I again call on my fellow councillors to vote in favour of this motion.
I ask for the motion to be put on screen. Please note that I did not read out the full wording here on page 13. So for the motion, the full wording is there for it. And then I'll call for a vote by division. Councillor Allen. Councillor Akina.
Aye.
I'm in favour. Deputy Mayor Atkin.
Aye.
Councillor Balke.
Against.
Councillor Paul.
Against.
Councillor Foy.
For.
Councillor Smolders.
Against.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Busich.
Aye.
Motion has carried. I'm now going to call a quick 5-minute break. We can be back at 25 to we will have an external on.
Okay.
Bye.
Welcome back. We're going to skip our confirmation of previous minutes of item 5 with 7 for agenda. And the recommendation is that we confirm the minutes of our meetings on the 22nd of July, 6th of July. Yes. I will reply for this second.
Do we should be vote on this date? No. Councillor Member Jessie McVeigh's name was spelled incorrectly.
Oh,
That's a small note.
Chocolate Bush or any other member pick up anything? I'll put them. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed, abstention, that is carried. We are now going to go to item 6.1, which is a voting system for 2028 local body elections. On page 29, being moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Research. The recommendation is that Council adopt the single factor voting as the final successful voting system for the 2028 and 2031 local body elections. We have JC. Oh, we've got Casey. JC, who is here this week, and we've also got our Lofsowski online to be able to answer questions as well. Over to you, Ms. Casey, and you're looking fantastic in your yellow.
We have with us Dale Lofsowski as well. Elected Services, our independent electoral officer. Through you, the chair, I did want to make mention of a stalwart in our district that we just recently lost. His name was Brian Mather. He was a huge part of the rugby community. He was a long-serving member, a lifetime member of the Kitty Kitty Rugby Club, and was a huge part of why the Kitty Kitty domain is the way that it is now, which is a district-wide asset, and also a huge part of the Kitty Kitty Sports Complex that we know right now, and a huge part of the brand new lights that we have over there a really long time. I just wanted to give him a bit of a shout out just because it is those volunteers in our community that help to build the beautiful assets that we all love to call home. So just wanted to recognize Brian Mader.
Yeah.
Just by way of the report, I'll take it as read. I have left supporting information on the table in front of all of you. That is a bit different to what was available at the time the agenda was printed. It has now 8 responses to the community board survey that was in relation to the electoral voting system. I will leave it open to yourselves in the way of, I don't know if you go to questions, or it's been a while since I've been here, team, so I think we go to questions first and then debate, but Dale is also available as well.
Any members with questions on this paper? Councillor Ford.
Just one question. Is there any data on the number of invalid votes that are cast because people do not understand STV?
Bill can give a response on invalid votes. It's my understanding that there is data on invalid voting, but I'm not sure if it captures the granular detail as to whether or not they're invalid because of the STV not being filled out correctly.
Dale, are you happy to give some insight into that?
Yes, we don't have nationwide statistics on that. We just have individual councils where we are required to record informal votes. Generally, it's a little higher with STV than it is with FPP. One of the reasons for that, of course, is that a number of voting documents have both systems, FPP and STV, on it. And when that occurs, some people will vote FPP and then carry on ticking for STV. But generally, for an informal vote for STV, you must have a 1. If you don't have a 1, it is informal. If its numbers repeat, 1, 2, 3, 3, we count 1 and 2, but we stop after that because there is no single 3. So in that case, that vote is formal, but only preferences 1 and 2 are counted. But over the board, slightly higher, but not dramatically.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Darby.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Casey, just looking at the little sheet you've got here, it looks like first past the post is the preference from the community board survey with the new data. And then with the second question is, how would you rate your community's knowledge? It's somewhat knowledgeable or limited knowledge makes up the full 100%. And then on the back, it's do they require more information? And that's quite high as a yes to. So to me, that's sort of, I guess, the community saying that they would prefer first past the post because it's easy to understand, but they would like more information. So given our motion is to go with the single transferable voting, is that a bit of a conflict or?
Thank you through the chair. The first past the post is a more common and commonly known electoral voting system. The reason the recommendation is single transferable voting is that you'll see also in the report, and I can show you on page, that when we shifted on page 33 of the agenda, when we shifted to single transferable voting, there was a dip in our overall voter turnout because of the lack of information about single transferable voting. And as you can see, because of the robust civic education program that we put out into the community in relation to single transferable voting and civic education in general, just what is local government, what do we do, why is it important for your voice to be heard, the increase did go up. I will add, though, and that's why the decision is up to you as the decision makers, but I will add that during the time we were out doing that civic education work program, we did hear that, as Dale has mentioned, the confusion for community members that are voting when there is 2 different voting systems on the document. So to add to that, I would like to mention that KDC, Kaipara District Council, is first past the post. The Regional Council has just voted on Tuesday, first past the post, and Whangarei District Council has just voted single transferable voting to stay for the same reasons that I've put in the report. The recommendation to stay with single transferable voting, they saw that there was an increase in their overall turnout.
Apologies, Your Worship, can I just get clarity? Did you say NRC who voted for first come to the post?
They're still bound legislatively to follow through with all of the choices we have to make because even though there has been indication, there's no legislation that says they won't exist in 2028.
Thank you.
Was that Councillor Boyd? I did see a hand around here somewhere.
You addressed my question with the 2028 NRC.
Kohepu.
For you, Casey, so we've had 2 election cycles, STV.
Yes.
So how confident are we that our communities are getting the gist of it?
They have way more confidence using the single transferable voting system, which is why I also, hearing, yes, we hear that there is confusion when there's 2 different, but we're also hearing that they fully understand now through the help of multiple community-driven, hapuiwi-led school, all different types of communications going out, educating our communities from the Electoral Commission themselves, but around single transferable voting has made it way easier for people to understand. And the way that we've been able to simplify it is just by saying rank. So we just, they understand, people understand when it's voting, and if it's single transferable voting, it's a ranking system rather than a tick, which is how we try to simplify the language so that people can understand understand and participate in an easier way.
Question. So Northern Regional Council have indicated that they would stay with first past the post. We've had split voting across our voting packs for the past 2 election cycles because regional councils always been take your tangata and final district councils been rank your rangatira. Should regional council get disestablished under the next month, we might find out, we might have something to go off. Would you, do you have any data, Dale, on regions where the region and the territory have the same voting system and doesn't make a difference in invalid votes? Because if we don't have a regional council and it's just a single unitary with a single voting system, does that show, or where it's the same, does that show less informal votes than what you would under a split system?
Yes, as I said, one of the main contributing factors is the 2 systems side by side, one for the region and one for the territorial authority. If the regional council is removed, then you're likely just to have the one, which should streamline the voting process, so there's no potential confusion. I should add that voting under SDV is reasonably simple. In fact, you just rank 1, 2, 3, 4. What people do find a little bit more confusing is how that is applied. How is the counting process, because that is quite complicated, where we have to use the STV calculator, which goes down to 9 decimal places and all that sort of thing. But the actual voting process, if it's explained nice and simply, it's as simple as 1, 2, 3 is a common phrase. That seems to go down quite well in educating electors that it is reasonably simple, but we don't go into the complications of the actual counting process.
I think we did a good job, Pippi and Kitty or something back in the day when we first looked at this. Final question though, previously, this isn't new to our councils, but previously when we did have voting for district health boards had to be under STV as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, they were, but I don't know if that's
Back in the day, I don't believe it's been compulsory. No, I don't believe it has. What was compulsory back in the early 90s, I think, was postal voting, but that changed to the choice. But I don't believe it's ever been compulsory for a territorial authority to have STV.
I'm not a territorial authority, district health boards, I thought it was compulsory.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard. DHBs, it was compulsory legislated that all DHBs use the STV electoral system, but that has now all gone with the removal of DHBs.
So I'm trying to inform that people have been exposed to STV under the district health board system for the last 2 election cycles in the
Correct, or for the but one. They haven't been around for the last election yet.
Thank you. Chair McVeigh and Councillor, any questions?
I just wanted to refer to this piece of paper, which is the Community Board Survey for Preferred Electoral System. It says we've got 8 responses. Is that so that's quite a small sample size, and apologies for the lack of responses, but is that the total responses that you got from community board members?
It is the total response that I got from community board members, but that is no fault of their own. It was a late addition to complement the information in the paper. So in order to get the data that was available in time for the printed agenda, we shortened the time of the survey, which really didn't give community board members enough time to respond. So yes, we have 8 responses, but I wear that. It's not on community boards. It's yeah.
I just wanted to point out, or just to confirm that that's a really small sample size, so to take into consideration.
8 out of 19. They will still send that.
Could I just clarify a point? If council retains single transferable voting, it can revisit this issue in 3 years' time, even though the resolution is for 2 training elections. It only applies if you change electoral systems, that it must apply for 2 triennial elections. So, in effect, council will have another go at looking at this, if you like, in 3 years' time.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Harkin and then Councillor Dalkin.
Thank you. Just on the back of Jesse's part-time, how long was the survey put out there for? And
1 week.
And this is on our behalf, not on Dale's?
On our behalf.
Okay.
What at agenda preview, Councillor Harkin, I asked how our community board members have been a part of the conversation, because we make a decision that affects their community board. So I made a request that we capture the community board voice in some way. That's why there was a short time before the publishing of the agenda. Staff went away to try and capture some.
So the platform news would have been through email?
Through email, yes. And Microsoft Forms survey, which captures the data in these beautiful graphs very simply to be able to add it in.
And so what does this data, what effect does this data from community board members have against or in addition to the feedback that we might receive from all of our eligible constituents?
Difficult to balance what the outcome would be if it went out to the general public, but because of the limited time frame and the request, again, that's why I said that I wear it. That consideration should have been made, and those public surveys should have gone out in June, so that it wasn't caught at agenda preview that, what is the voice of the community board? I was hoping if the community board chairs wanted to have an opportunity to potentially speak in relation to what they heard from their constituents and their members, for the members that didn't have a chance to answer the survey, that may be an opportunity then to hear more about what some of the constituents had said. But again, they may not have had the time to be able to ask their constituents, so I don't want to put them on the spot for that.
Yeah, I find it really hard, looking through, the numbers.
Yes.
It's not big enough for us to make a really concise and good decision on behalf of all of our constituents. However, I do understand that we had a full report that was published by Dale. Why was that not a part of this report as well, or this recommendation? After the 2025 FNDC local elections.
That could have been a very good addition, and apologies it was not included as an attachment, but that does give a very clear indication of the district-wide voting turnout for our 2025 local government election.
Okay, and probably I don't know if this is a question, but in future, or this might not even pass today. We might let it lie on the table until we receive more information and put the survey out there to all of our constituents via our platforms. But what is the possibility of adding in our other election years before 2019? What I want to see is the consistency of voter participation within our democratic system for our local body elections. We have here, which is quite astounding as well, is we went from 41.5% as STV in 2022 to 50.7%. Now, I acknowledge that through the Local Government Act, or the CDO has the responsibility to ensure that there is reliable accessibility to all constituents within our zone. And that was, there was a huge recruitment done for that. So what is the likelihood that we can get those numbers if we do seek more information to get something over the line?
Thank you for asking.
I'll jump in, yes. This isn't the best to not have information you want on the table to help inform your decision. But we as a council, all councils in this country must decide on their voting system by the 12th of September.
Yeah.
I will not be able to fit in an extraordinary council meeting for us to make that decision. Just to jump the gun there on you, case where you could say we could.
No.
I'm saying as the chair that we can't.
Thank you, Case.
Councillor Bauke, then Councillor Smothers.
Just quickly, sorry, and I know I've already had a question, but just on here, I think for me personally, the confusing part of it, and for lots of people I talked to, was having to think they have to rank every single candidate. I was just like, I don't even know half these people, and I'm just trying to rank them, and so I think, and I know on this on the summary here it says that there is some confusion that people feel that they need to rank in order all the candidates. So maybe we stick with this. We do need to make it very, very clear they could give their top 3 or their top 2 or whatever it may be. They don't. It won't be an invalid vote if they don't rank all of them. Because I think I had a lot of that feedback.
The two bobbing heads here, Dale and I both nodding our heads yes. The messaging that we share is that we encourage people to vote or rank as many candidates as there are, so that at least their vote is going at least that, but they do not have to rank every candidate that's on the voting documents. And if they don't, it's not invalid. Yeah. And that does lend to the graph that you see there about wanting more information about civic education and things in the voting system. So yes, that will be, thank you. We'll take that on board.
Oh, thank you, Casey, for your thoughtful and thorough response. My question has been answered. I just wanted confirmation that the 12th of September was if we didn't do that, we would breach the Local Electoral Act by 2001. So today's the day. And the mayor's still going. Super. That's right. Thank you.
So I've got just one more question. Sorry. I'm sorry, the question for you in your mind, mate. Have you been a part of any or we've got Head Start, possible significant changes to the structure of local government as we know it. This might not be the first time that we actually revisit this. This decision today could be null and void depending what comes out of the Head Start process and our expected legislation that the government will expect to put in early next year. So if these conversations have been had at a central government level with the likes of you around informing what that needs to look like so that the new Local Government Act or Northern Reorganisation Order doesn't conflict with the Local Electoral Act.
Dale, did you want me to try and jump in there or?
As stated earlier, legislation isn't enacted yet for any Head Start or anything like that, so current legislation must apply. So we are required to go down this track. A number of councils are querying this. Why on earth are we wasting resources on something that may likely change under the Head Start program? But nevertheless, we must do this. Any decision that may fall out later this next month from Cabinet on any Head Start may in fact address what a new entity will look like and therefore the electoral system that may apply for the 2028 training elections. So I can't second guess what Cabinet might direct, but yes, this may all be futile and superseded, if you like, by Parliament.
Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Case. We'll go into debate now. I'll pass to Councillor Strickford as the mover.
Our community preferred STB when we surveyed back in whenever that was. It was during COVID. We surveyed. If this recommendation was for FPP, we would have seen the same groups that pushed for this way back when I was on community board in 2015 into this room and tell us to choose STB. We've now invested 2 elections in helping people understand it, and we've seen in the recent one, people are getting the gist of it. And one of the comments in the community board was, let's keep educating. Yeah, don't dumb the voting down. Voters know they're learning how the STV. It gives voters more opportunity for their vote to contribute to who represents them, and that aligns strongly with what the Act principles are trying to achieve of fair and effective representation, not the Act party, the legislation. In the middle of significant local government reform, I don't think we should be changing a system that is working and our voters are becoming familiar with. And when we make this decision, it's public, it's made public, and there is a lever there for people to request a poll, as there's been previously. So I urge people to just box on, support status quo. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Vucic.
Thank you. Yes, I do support it. It's been 2 years that we ran with it. And if you look at the figures on page 33, you see there's 50.7% voted using STV in the last election, which I think is amongst the highest turnout, I think, in the country. I don't know. I don't know if it's the highest, but it's certainly amongst the highest. It also reduces, as you see on your page 32, one of the things it does actually on the page in the report, it's in the 2008 report, page 22, you see that it reduces the number of wasted votes. So rather than people trying to predict who might win and then change their vote accordingly, they can safely vote for the person they think should be there and then put number 2 and number 3. I like that it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. But when you have 4 or 5 candidates, you should have more than that. So anyway, so I guess I say, let's carry on with it. It's been proven. And for us, and in the next election, if some of the progress goes for the changes to the local government, the regional council won't be on the voting papers, so we won't have, for us, if we do have, that we won't be on that paper, so there won't be that confusion, which I agree. First past the post and STB for the same paper does cause confusion. Might be there.
Neither might we. I'm going to go to Julie.
Thank you, Memoko. I'd like to speak strongly against recommendation. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge Casey and your team and the amazing job they did during the last elections. The videos, the explanations, it was just really, really great and a good tool for us. However, there's still plenty of confusion out there, and it is not understood, the STV. In relation to the responses, my board received 3. I don't know who the other 2 were, but I responded as chair. During the last election campaign, I received more phone calls, comments, queries publicly than ever before around the STV system and how confusing it was. And the ranking is the issue. People, if you win, you win. If you're in a running race, you win. You're not going to hand your baton to the person in the 7th position, right? So the issue around it is they don't know where their votes land and they don't like it. They don't understand fully that they could just vote for one person. They don't have to vote for a lot. I guess that's partly to do with demographics too and the ageing population, and I'm not sure how much work's been done on that age-wise, age group-wise, that, you know, there's a intergenerational mindset around first past the post, and in our day winning was winning. Now you play to be kind and good and share, and you know some families do. So you know it is very. I had, I guess, quite a challenging time trying to understand it myself and not knowing where your votes do land. So it is about how it's applied and how the ranking is. I think although it's perceived that 3 community board members from our board is a small sample, I would like to know how many councillors had phone calls and were approached in the supermarket or down the street during the election process to be asked about STV, because I was inundated as chair, and not just from my ward area, not from just from Waitangi Pai here, but from Kirikiri, Opua, Kawakawa. So I feel there's a lot of work to do in this space, and I think the STV ranking rather than the tick is very confusing and will remain as such. So, if you're wanting to get down the flax roots and go and ask the people, I think given the timeline we've got, it's not possible. So I think personal experiences during the actual election campaign process is probably where it sits with me. So it's not my board perspective, that's my personal perspective. And as chair, perhaps I got more than my trolley load of inquiries, but it certainly was, I thought, very interesting. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Chair McFadden.
Kia ora. I won't make comments on, because we haven't discussed this as a board and it hasn't been a hot item that's come to me formally. However, in terms of civic education, I can pretty confidently say the more civic education and the more support around that, the better. But also really want to move to you because I think in terms of voter turnout and in the last two elections, but particularly the last one, I believe, was something that our community got really involved in and participated in more strongly than before. And I think education is the key.
I just right reply. We've gone with STV for 2 cycles. Changing will just cause further confusion. Let's keep educating and kia ora. Make a unanimous decision for a change.
Call the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Councillor Hoy, Councillor Court. Abstentions? That is carried. We are now going to go to our community board minutes on page 201, item 7.1. The recommendation is that we have the minutes from the Hiku on the 3rd of August, Kaikui Hokiata on the 6th of August. First up are our Hiku community board minutes. I'll pass over to Lisa Franski and then we'll finish.
Kia ora, Mayor Morcos. I'm taking them as read. Cards on the table. I've had an August from Hades. Culminating in about a week ago, I came down to see you to apologise because my workload had dropped over 50% and it didn't sit well with me. Having said that, I have real issues and concerns about our drainage committees and the progress on those. So I think we've got a meeting on the 10th and we need to gain impetus again and it's just not working. We're just not going forward. So I have to work with that group. I sat on the Aoni River workshop and that's, again, I dropped the ball there. The minutes never came through. Issues there. Number one, I think Chair Joe Carr will address the council in reference to the bridge. Sorry, is it Matthews or Donald's Road Bridge? In terms of wanting it to go to 2 lanes and extending it towards away from the roundabout because of space. But again, I think we're going to have to look at it in terms of structural management and we're going to have to do something there to make sure it is structurally sound. The other thing it wasn't noted in the previous minutes, but we wanted a closer working relationship with emergency services. So hopefully we can get something from that. And I think it would be a real opportune time for them to come to the meeting in the next meeting. And I haven't got a date for that yet, but I will send that through. I am hard pushed. I talked to staff yesterday and I really struggled to be here today. After the other chairs have delivered their reports, I would like please to be able to leave the meeting. I've got other issues. Cool. Thank you. Are there any questions?
First off, Chair Sabritsky, what is it? A burden shared is a burden or something. Anyway, any way, shape or form that we in our capacity as councillors at this table or myself as the can support you in your very important role as our chair. Please do reach out, but I really appreciate the candour of what you've shared with us today as well. And there's a heck of a lot of mahi going on in South District. Yes, we appreciate you and your role overseeing our community board and working in our communities at the Flex Reefs as Chair Warlock. So I really just wanted to share that openly. The reason why we put our community board minutes up the top is so that you can leave. So please don't feel that you must stay at these meetings once you've had your paper come across at any time, not just today. Then we put them up first so that you are free to go again.
No, I appreciate that, Mayor Moko, but yeah, first and last time. Sorry.
Question, the Donalds Road Bridge, Northern Regional Council did make an in-committee presentation to us. We've heard twice now through workshops that NZTA will not fund a bridge replacement unless the bridge is at the end of its life. So my question is to, through you, Your Worship, have we picked this up internally? Are we expecting a paper back to Te Koko? Is there somebody looking at this, or is it just died after the presentation?
Can I get a note put down that we need a paper on this? I remember when we had the paper come to us for the funding for the storm water retention ponds, and then after that we had how it was going to unlock all that housing that was going on up the hill. The fact that we've got an old single lane bridge that crosses at that point there. We've had a in-committee come across TC.
I'm limited to what I can say in this room.
Can this please be captured for us in this study so that because it's our
just for completeness, the bridge is fine. There's nothing structurally wrong with the bridge. So we need to make a call, and that probably needs to go into our LTP debate. Thank you.
One of 723. Captain.
On a similar issue, my understanding is that the Drainage Committee meetings were cancelled because the staff didn't provide any reports, and so the date had to change. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
I wanted to ask why the staff are just not doing reports, because I was told only that Natasha, as the administration person, was the only one that provided any documentation for that, and there was no reason given that nothing was given.
No, there wasn't. You're right. Correct.
So that was my first point, because people are volunteering their time, and I think that's disrespectful to waste their time if the staff are not going to be providing things in an agreed date.
I think a point note, very duly noted, but one that I'll ask our Chief Executive to follow up on with staff and get back to us on, and get things sorted. But not one I've expected an answer.
I had two other points. The second point was around the collaboration with the NRC. At the Te Koko meeting, NRC came and did a presentation. It was moved into PX because of sensitivities relating to commercial aspects. That was supposed to be an action matter. We were supposed to get a report back on it, and there's been no response whatsoever about it. We had hydrologists from the NRC, Joe Carr, and I think their key policy person come present. they don't want people presenting to committees and there just being no follow-up at all. So I agree that there needs to be a response, and it's similar to the matters raised by Councillor Court. The Donald Lane Bridge was also brought up in that presentation as well. So I guess that's just a point to raise with our CEO. But no response to that as well. The last one is that tomorrow there's a meeting with the Northland Regional Council, and a staff member is going to attend that meeting, which is great. And that's about the Matthews Outfall collaboration between urban stormwater and NRC's catchment. So that's occurring, and I'll update the board about the resolution for that, and I'm glad we're working together with NRC.
Thank you. I'm going to go pass over now to our Kaikohe Community Board Chair, Jessica.
Kia ora anō. Largely the minutes reflect the funding allocations that we have been really pleased to be able to share out to support the aspirations of our people. But beyond that, we've had quite strong support around the climate panels that are starting to be formed in our area. So that's a win. And actually I got several thanks and rather than complaints around roading. So in specific to be around Kopahuia traction, Waiota Marama and Rako Tapu. So the people who know. So thank you. There's a lot of excitement around our new library about to be opened and the placemaking around Kaikohe and Broadway, and ideas coming through from the people of Kaikohe about what that might look like. So that's cool. There's some hot potatoes in our area, in particular over in Kukianga, elderly housing. And the future for our kaumātua and kuia is a concern that's been expressed a lot. And no surprise to some of you around wastewater, there's a mixed bag. So with the Rawene situation, we've had a few stalling, but I really want to mihi to staff who've worked through some of the things around that and have supported some resolutions. So there's a positive there, but there's still concerns around the Omapiri Opanoni wastewater treatment plant, and one of it is around the significant loss of volume from some of the ponds, and community and hapu concern around where that semi-treated, to some extent, liquid is going. Is it going in the aquifer? Is it going in the awa? Almost certainly being the low point in how liquids move, it'll be ending up in the harbour. So there's still questions around that haven't been answered. And I've had quite a lot of contact around the hapu involvement for that same wastewater treatment plant. And there's been a request for more contact and more participation between hapu and what's going on with the resource consent and the process there. But I also want to mihi to Te Hono who's been supporting in this pathway.
Thank you, Chair McVeigh. I think to Bevan Panels.
Just two things I want to raise. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge the Te Hono Group. We had our first annual operational report from Lani and team, and which was very, very interesting and good to get the update on what they've been doing and the relationship building that's continuing. We're not about maintaining relationships. As you've heard me say before, we're about growing our relationships. We've been years forming them and forging them. So thank you, that's great. And we look forward to the 6 monthly updates from the team. Our big takeaway from our last meeting was, which was very emotional, was actually the the hearing that we did for the Simpson Park Domain Reserve Management Plan that we've been working on. It's been very slow, but I would like to acknowledge Ronnie Peahemmer, our board member, and Staff Reserves member Robin Lawson for the amazing work they have done in that wider community through the effective engagement and consultation process. Those of us who were there witnessed a real unity of codes. It was a huge turnout for the hearing, very collaborative. The history and the stories that came out from that hearing were golden, and I think it's just a classic example of an acknowledgement to past and present people who had been a part of that vibrant community of the days when those codes were set up. So it was really, as Emery put it, it set the tone for our meeting of the day, because the love and the passion intergenerationally at that hearing, and those of us in the room who could relate to how things used to be and how they're evolving, was just really quite something special. And I don't think I've ever sat in on a hearing like it. It was more like a celebratory party of, the enthusiasm and the unity of the wider community and the submissions and the number of speakers that we had, and the enthusiasm just mind-blowing. So now our challenge is to deliver, and they are under no illusion that it's not going to happen tomorrow. We have a case-making fund there, and we'll work as hard as we can over this next 2 years to ensure that we don't just give false hope to that community. So just wanted you all to be aware that it's really warm and fuzzies when you do something in a community and the whole community gets behind you. And we're going to have our work cut out, but we will really do. If we can dream it, we can do it. So collectively, I think, yeah.
Any questions for Chair Councillor Lakina?
One part, so what's the percentage of community board funding applications that come from the Whangaroa area?
Through you, then we'll go. Catherine Sherwin has, I don't have the breakdown with me, but we do have a graph and a breakdown of the different categories that are applied for and the different communities. It's actually quite a involved breakdown, yeah, and it's spread. It's spread. They get their share.
The other part, on page 5, there was one resolution that was left to lie, and one resolution of a decline for community funding. What were the reasons behind those two?
Yeah, so we're getting a little bit, I guess we're getting tougher in the sense that we should receive funding application reports back once we give money within 3 months, or a progress report along the way. It's going to be a lengthy project that we're funding towards. And we're finding it's become a pattern that we will get a report back at the same time that we're getting another annual application. So we are actually letting items lie where we haven't received the information. And I think we have to be a lot tougher in that area and be a lot more responsible for where and how the ratepayer dollar is spent. It's all very well funding these things, but there's definitely some work to do there. And what was the second part of the question? Why we declined?
Yeah.
Which one in particular?
The second one was the decline for the Kirikiri Golf Club.
Oh, that was an infrastructural request. A lot of questions around that in relation to it wasn't a like for like. They were wanting to do a large extension on the deck rather than just a replacement, and it was really to grow the catering side and social side of the business. And we were questioning depreciation and the reasoning behind coming to the board. It wasn't quite the information and the correct, I guess, responses that we were looking for.
Do these decisions, are are there decisions made? Are they affected by something like these assets are not council assets? They are, because when I read the water tank one here, it's towards installation of an independent water tank supply. So is that on a personal property? Because my understanding through community funding, we don't fund personal projects. It has to fall under everyone receives or gets to be a part of what comes from their funding.
So through you, Memoko, we do fund, we tend not to fund businesses, but we do fund some businesses and we do make out of policy decisions. I suppose one example would probably be the Scout Den in Kirikiri funded recently because of the greater benefit to the community.
We look at the community board funded the copy machine at Pioneer, which is an example.
So we do, there is great debate, and of course the additional information we get around the financial information, which is not available to the public, also has a bearing on our decision. So yes, we do fund some businesses. The water tank one is actually a childcare centre, and we let that lie because the interruption from the water supply, I believe, is partly in main to the Mill Lane upgrade that was taking place at the time. By the time this comes back to the board next week, that may well be completed and they may not well have an issue with the water supply.
Thanks.
All right, on the Uber, we are noting these community board chairs. Appreciate the mahi that you and all 19 of our community board in your roles and representing our communities. I'm looking forward to seeing the first iteration of our community board court come through, and I'm looking forward to seeing that mahi come to completion, hopefully before the first anniversary of our elections for this triennium. But keep it up and please do reach out. And through your councillors there. Councillor West, it's a second of you.
In favour of.
Any other member? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed to abstentions, it's carried. I intend to go until 1 o'clock and then we'll have a half an hour break for lunch. Next up is our committee and joint committee minutes on page 220, item 7.2. Recommendation of the report. I will move by research. Any commentary from Councillor Research? Any other member? I'll put the motion in the place to aye. Those opposed to abstentions. We now go to our committee recommendation reports. The first up 6.4, and that is the crossings bylaw on page 60 of the agenda. This has been through our Te Kukupa committee.
I'm happy to move.
Moved Councillor Stratford. I will second. I will ask you, Councillor Stratford, to give me opening commentary as the chair.
This has been through committee, Te Kukupa. It's a high priority in our work program, and today's decision is completing the statutory review required before the 23rd of September. We're confirming through this decision that the bylaw is still necessary, but that the current one needs amendment. Staff then draft those amendments. They'll come back to Te Kukupa for approval, to consult. We'll consult with the community, and ultimately the final bylaw will come back to this council for adoption. So today we're not approving the new rules, we're confirming the direction and keeping the bylaw review process within the date that it needs to happen. Some of the comments that were raised, I can't remember them off the top of my head, but staff have taken notes and will address those. I just want to add, because of the reform, potential amalgamation, they are
I'm sure, going to be looking at Pakura and Whangarei and how they regulate vehicle crossings as well, to ensure that we have greater consistency across Northland. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to abstentions? That is carried. Now going to go into item 6.5. Kaupapa here even on the Hononga Significance of Engagement Policy 2024 review. I'll move.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Shipfield. I'll ask you as chair of this committee to give us the.
Yes, certainly. Where today's decision in this report is to agree the direction of travel, that the policy should continue with targeted amendments. We're not adopting any amendments today. This work will be done as part of the long-term planning preparation process, and the amended policy will come through that, providing the opportunity for the community to see and respond to the proposed changes and elected members. This is one of the most important policies that we have. So we're not changing the policy that governs engagement without giving the people the opportunity to engage on the changes. And so we just need to support this recommendation. It's been well traversed at committee. Thank you.
Any other member like to speak? Motion. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to abstentions?
Thank you.
Aye. Just not as opposed. We go to item 6.6 now. Proposed strategic parking policy Te Rau Taki Tūna Waka GK right space, right place. And Councillor Allen, as chair of the committee that has recommended this to us. Again, I'll
Thank you. This is it. Strategic parking policy has not appeared out of nowhere. There was a number of public engagement and consultation processes over successive terms going back to district plan work in 2018, followed by consultation on the parking bylaw in 2021 and again in 2022. This policy then brings that work into a framework with the decisions that affect communities, still requiring their own consultation where appropriate in those other. So, we just need to follow the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Nothing to add.
Any other member? Councillor Floyd.
Just on page 118, where it talks about us becoming a Tier 3 local authority under the National Policy Statement for Urban Development. And it says council work through parking implications. And that further information can be found in the supporting document. I just had queries about that and how private landowners changing their parking spaces and building over them because they don't need to provide parking spaces anymore will have implications in terms of our current parking analysis for our parking investments we've previously done.
I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
Sorry, was there a question?
I asked how the changes in the approach to parking on private land under that national direction, planning national direction, will have implications on the studies that we did.
On parking occupancy studies?
That we've already done because those parking studies were done some time ago compared to the new national direction.
So the parking occupancy studies are a regular study to measure current occupancy. So they won't impact previous studies, but they may impact the future occupancy studies. And so then when those studies are done, we will be able to respond with the current parking occupancy levels.
I don't, please.
I don't.
Is that relevant to this paper?
I don't understand that response. But
Councillor Foy, is this a question that could get picked up and responded to later, or will it affect your decision on whether or not we adopt this? And if I'm being quite honest, I don't understand what we're asking personally, so I want you to get the comfort in the answer.
I'm not sure that the bylaw team can answer my question because it's more of a land use planning query. There's no one here from planning that can answer the question. But so are you saying that private land is not included in the studies? Only public land?
Only public land, yes. It's about public parking, so on-street parking and those sorts of things. So yes, only public on-street land.
Okay.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that during this revision, we reviewed the word, and wanted to bring even more clarity where responsibilities sit between private and public parking use. So I hope it's partially answering your question.
Yeah.
Chair Ward.
I have a bit of a main question. Firstly, thank you for our workshop and to the community boards. It was really good. I guess my concern moving forward is around two issues. One, parking on berms, grass verges, and the damage it does to our infrastructure and our levels of service with our contractors. And the second one is our ability to have a crystal ball to know whether to make our footpaths traffic weight bearing. Are two things that came out of our discussion at community board level when people park now with these regular tractors on our footpaths and damage them and crack them, and also our infrastructure. So my question in there is a main one, is how's it going to be monitored and enforced?
So with regard to parking on berms, so the parking
berms and footpaths, yeah.
So the parking policy says that we will consider parking on berms as part of the bylaw regulation work. So only the bylaw can regulate parking on berms, but the policy is stating that we will consider that as part of the development of the bylaws.
Opposed, say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That is carried. We're going to go to item 6.7 on page 138. Establishment of the detention panel on the health control. Through committee.
No. Didn't go through a committee.
Oh, it didn't. Oh, it was council, sorry. It was council and it's now we've got names for regulated decisions. I'm on the weapons. Sorry, get a second, please. Thank you, and I am going to say hello, it's waiting patiently.
Good, I think taking this as read and just to answer any questions anyone may have.
That's all straightforward.
I don't know if I just didn't find it in the report, but when might we use one commissioner and when might we use more than one commissioner?
Through the Mayor, Councillor, the plan is to use one of the commissioners only at a time, but there is a panel of four, so we have availability.
Okay, gotcha, right.
Any further questions, Councillor Elliott?
Were there no male commissioners available?
Commissioners or female?
Oh, you know, I'm just judging. I don't know.
With me, Councillor Allen, I can respond to say that out of 1,432 commissioners available, the only ones that had dog hearing experience were these four, who all happen to be women.
And do we know the hourly rate for this type of mahias?
Yeah, you get between $100 and $160 an hour, depending on the individual commissioner. Approximately half a day for a hearing, but there's preparatory and judgment work later in that.
And just one more, and it's a request that I'm bringing through from the Bay of Islands Watchdogs, is to have a range of dates for the hearings so that they can nice support or legal advice.
Take that into consideration, work with that as much as we can.
Any other members with questions, or we'll go to the debate? All right. On the matter. Thank you for following up on the decision and the money required so that we can get the funding awaiting judgment. So there's one way awaiting. So appreciate that happening, and I'm happy to support this. Councillor Shepard.
Oh, nothing to add. Happy to support.
The other members, put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to abstentions? That has carried. We're now going to go to decision-making items, and first is item 6.2 on page 49. The adoption of new committee meeting dates for 2026. The recommendation is the following formal meeting dates: Joint Climate Change Adaptation Committee, Te Koekoea Committee for Council Control Organisations, Te Koekoea Committee for Infrastructure, and Te Koekoea Committee for Chief Executive Performance on those dates in the agenda there, and adopt the revised formal meeting dates for those committees as you see. Is there somebody to know? I should be basically done. Yes. Questions?
I just want to get clarity if we're still going to have a meeting in Kuku this year, just one. Because that was part of the resolution I will raise every single year.
Well, I suggest that you work with governance and your own committees. And take you and align an infrastructure related skills perhaps. And as chair, you have discretion to pull a few strings in that space.
Question to you, Chair. I just want to question the ability to have Te Koko and Te Koekoea on the same day. The Te Koko committee agendas are significant, with significant delegation, and it is not unusual to go to somewhere between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And then we have another equally important agenda to follow immediately after. And it does sometimes mean that we become significantly time constrained, and it can lead to rush decisions. Can governance have a look at that, please?
Yes, we have put some commentary. The reason we've recommended those two particular meetings change are due to questions of local government. When we canvassed staff to see how many of their thoughts and whether or not those meetings could potentially be cancelled due to conflict, the response was that there are minimal reports that were required decisions at that time. So the concept and the idea around having them on the same day was due to a lack of available other dates, but also with reduced agendas and some of the urges to reset our time down at that.
Genuinely appreciate the response. We don't underestimate how we can turn something simple into something extremely good.
So am I reading right into that say information only reports that we normally receive at committees and get papers, and it will be decision-making committee meetings?
Through the chair, so the commitment here was to work alongside the chairs of those committees to ensure that the agendas were shrunk for this occasion, to enable those meetings to, instead of being cancelled completely, to continue for the most important business.
Kohipu.
I hope I haven't missed the opportunity, but there is a Tūhoia committee, the chief executive performance date missing, the 8th of September.
Is that an ordinary meeting?
It's already there. Okay. Cool.
All right, we'll go into dates. It is, I acknowledge Mr. and Ms. Ash, the incredibly difficult task that is our formal meetings calendar and making it both in the calendar itself and the struggle juggle that you had just with the enormous workload. At the start of this meeting, we confirmed the minutes from a number of extraordinary council meetings just with the workload we had. Thank you for formalising that in this paper and finding that council research.
Yeah, I support it. I also appreciate, given the conferences on that, you move those around. And I think with working with staff and what's important, we can actually achieve it in those times. But I know what Councillor Ford was saying.
Any other members? Councillor Smulders.
Is there any reason we couldn't have one the week before? Is there some kind of policy or law that they have to be exactly 8 weeks apart? Because 2 on the one day's big ask. And I appreciate that week we're at a conference. Are you able to extend it out the week after or come the week before, or is there any flexibility around that legislatively wise?
The Chair, we have looked at multiple options, so it's not just that we've moved them to that one day. And there's nothing around having them exactly at a week's time. So there is flexibility there, but it's just the schedule.
Sorry, that just prompted another question that I'm surprised I hadn't before. How many members are going to conference, and are we actually short of a quorum?
I think I signed off for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And are they all on these 2 committees? Can I just get clarity on that?
It wasn't just the conference and the membership that we looked at, it was other availability of all elected members. And so there are a couple, I think, one or two that will be away during that time as well as.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, there are some leave this week. All right, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed to abstentions. That's carried. And going to item 6.3 now, page 55. Elected members on private trusts. And I believe
Table, but I think Aaron was going to speak to that.
Chair. There's been so what we've found is that we've had some more information come through around the proposed heads to remove those councillors as trust members on the trust. But through the tabling of the information, we want to work on that. We probably look at a policy around getting clarity on when we would have elected members sitting in the trust, and with moments a bit ad hoc, and we just need some government policy dropped up around it, but we'll get to properly. We should have policy to provide guidance for the company and council as such.
Thank you, Chair. Motion to leave to lie has been moved and seconded. Can we please vote?
I have a question.
Question, Councillor Floyd.
I just wanted clarity of 2 other trusts. There's the Te Huku Sports Hub and also the Te Ahu Charitable Trust, which aren't mentioned in the paper, but I just wanted to see clarity that those are also appointments, and I think it was Councillor Balfe on those 2.
Yeah. Thank you.
Part of the workshop.
Point of order, because I've moved the motion to be left to lie, that feedback can go to the staff member and we can vote and move on.
I'll put that we leave the item to light. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed, abstentions. That is carried. We're going to go to item 6.8 now. Vehicle charging infrastructure for Kaikohe Library on page 1. The recommendation is that council grant a license to Meridian Energy to construct and operate electric vehicle charging infrastructure on the Kaikohe Library and Civic Hub sites. So and
No, I know.
the CEO to delegate to negotiate to all his delegates to negotiate license terms. Moved by Councillor Lucic, seconded by Councillor Stratford. I've got here that Kate or Miss Nichols.
Raj,
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I understand that the car park construction is scheduled for early September for the Kaikohe Library and Civic Hub, which is when we need to do all the cable laying window. If we don't meet that, is that going to incur any cost for the ratepayers?
So what we're trying to do with this is schedule installation appropriately, so to minimize any reputational risks and any costs during the construction when we need to open up a place and look outside of this as it was.
But it doesn't answer the question though, that if
I
we...
think it is answering your question directly. If we're going ahead with this paper, then we have a good chance that we'll continue.
Do not pour down the car park to jackhammer it back up to
Yes, yes. Right, that's not going to happen. We have enough time. We have enough time for not having to require to do that. Should we pass this today?
We should.
Thank you.
Okay. Be able to meet this sequence.
I go to Councillor Foy and Councillor Brewster.
Great to see some infrastructure being put here in Kaikohe, because I'm not sure if there is any EV charge.
And there's one at Napa.
Or one at Napa, I knew that one.
There's one here.
So I am asking a question because I'm wanting to support EV even more. With the new library, the Civic Hub, is there solar going to be on the roof?
Yes.
The project manager for the Kaikohe Library.
I'm so sorry, I was in the meeting. I didn't realise I had a swap.
My understanding is that we have to do so, but it hasn't been done so because we hope to be able to get it for free rather than paying for it ourselves.
I think Nick knows my questions because...
Yes, we've spoken about this a couple of times, haven't we, Councillor? So through the chair. So at the moment, we have got the channels or the background infrastructure to support putting solar on the roof. We are going through a grant process with a company called EBSCO, who provides a whole lot of academic resources that the libraries subscribe to. So for any subscribers, there is an annual grant fund once a year that you can apply to for solar. So I'm hoping that we might get that part of it for free. If we don't, we have sectioned off a portion of the capital budget to pay for those panels. So either way, they are coming, but I hope to get them for free first. That's the goal, yeah.
Great aspiration. So the supplementary question to that, can we also allow for our own charging stations for our council to use? Because my understanding is that, everyone, that the Meridian Energy one is a commercial venture with the private sector. With our own solar power panels that we will own, that allows for the provision for our own chargers or our own increase in EV fleet?
So through the chair, I can certainly get it costed up. I wouldn't like to commit to saying we can do it without understanding what the full cost to do it is, but I'm certainly happy to take that away, get that price and then come back to the committee to say, look, this is the price, so we're happy to proceed with that. Because fingers crossed, the current project budget will allow for it. But if it doesn't, obviously I'll need to come back up to the second. But I'm happy to take that away as an action if that's okay with everyone.
And just allow for conduit so we can run more cables.
Thank you. And just to that point, through the chair, we have allowed for the maximum conduit so that we've got future proofing opportunities. Thank you.
Councillor Research, then Chair.
Thanks. My question was, as I understand it, is this a fast charger? If it's a fast charger, I did get Meridian about 400 kVA, and I understand they are paid for that, so there's no cost incurred for us for that.
Through the chair, that is correct, Councillor Busich. So there is zero cost to council in installation or maintenance of these devices, and they are, sorry, cannot remember the technical term, but super fast chargers, as opposed to the generation that is quite common at the moment, which is semi-fast. So, yeah.
Yeah, and that answers actually Councillor Foy's question as well. Like if we were to do that, the panels won't actually have enough power at any one instant to charge that without a fairly large battery. All for solar panels and that's off the topic, so I won't go there. I think that's basically what internal use, but that's something to look at. So I support it.
And so through the chair, I guess the only comment I would give to that, Councillor Busich, is thank you for raising an excellent point as usual, and we will ensure that as we look to install those solar panels that they can take a larger draw and that they've got larger battery capacity if required. So because we haven't got it yet, that gives us some flexibility and in some ways a bit of an advantage to looking to possibly charges that Councillor Foy is asking about.
Thank you.
I've got a guide and a question from Chair McVeigh and a question from Councillor Larkin.
Through you, Craig, just to point out that I've actually asked SLT to come up with a plan to add charging capability here in our car parks, possibly also out the front of chambers. So we're generally going to push to upgrade our charging capacity and quite
Chair McVeigh.
I'm really stoked because both of my questions have been answered, but you'll see in the report that our community board has endorsed this. But I did have questions, but
It's almost lunchtime. Let's go to Councillor Larkin, then Chair.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou. Did you go back with the counter offer?
With the counter offer?
Instead of just settling for the 8K.
So through the chair, my understanding is that 8K is a fairly standard licensing fee that Meridian offers. However, you will note that the approach that we are taking is to form, rather than accept the standard conditions that Meridian offers, we're actually counter-offering through our own agreement. So if there was a desire for us to try to push the edges of that, we could certainly give it a go. I don't think there's any guarantee that we would be successful, but if that's what we're hearing from the committee, then we could certainly give it our best try in terms of negotiation.
Really know if someone's home by knocking on the door. The other part of it was the location or the positioning of the EV chargers. Are they going to be a good space where we can, it doesn't take up too many car parks, or where the those cars that are charging aren't protruding out on the access points?
Through the chair, excellent questions. Yeah, and those are all pieces as we work through the agreement with Meridian that we are confirming, because we've already given them conditions to say it cannot impede on the current car park design. It will have to take a car park or two most likely, but we want to limit the footprint to less than 2 car parks taken. My understanding, and Kate, please correct me if I have this wrong, is that the charging units that we are looking at have 2 chargers per side. So you can take, I think the guys said 2 car parks for up to 4 chargers. Not quite sure how that works, but they've assured me that that means in essence they will only take 2 car parks, which I think from the design of the current car park shouldn't be an issue. in terms of access.
Thank you. And then the last one, what happens after the license period, the 20-year license period? If this does get over the line, what happens to that, that charging point?
So through the chair, and Kate, again, correct me if I have this wrong, because I'm not obviously across this whole project stream really, only this particular site. But my understanding is that we would look to renegotiate a new term rather than just ripping the infrastructure out. Obviously, that would be pending usage, but I would find it difficult to foresee a future where that sort of infrastructure is not required when we look at the amount of EV charging vehicles that are coming into the district. So I would say most likely we would just look to renegotiate that arrangement and continue it.
The flying cars by the name.
So you never know, hey? Yes.
Futurama. Cheer wall.
Nick, my question is actually comes out of discussions that we had at our community board level around maintenance. When this is down, if you've got a 4-car unit back to back and to the Subtitles side and the unit's down, what is the turnaround time of the maintenance and what is the localism aspect of that maintenance? Like, is there going to be somebody in the area on the ground, or would it be a specialised out of district service required in the time frame given?
I think it depends on
the
exact wording in the that we have this region. If you want, we can double check
So to Kate's point through the chair, I'm not aware of those kind of conditions at level at this point, but as we're going through that negotiation, we could certainly make that a condition to say, look, we expect, for argument's sake, a 24-hour repair timeframe window, and we would like to understand how local that resource is to us. So how long do we have to expect to take? We can certainly take that away as part of the negotiation of the agreement. So.
All right, I'll go into debate now and I'll pass to Councillor Research as we got us back to the recommendation.
Yeah, I support it. I think I should do some calculations. I think the $8,000 is quite, they sell a lot of power to get a profit out of that. And they must be doing that because they are willing to do that. So I think that's quite generous. And that's one reason why I support it, but also it creates the opportunity for excellent location for charging, attracting people to the area and more for that. So I support it.
Councillor Stratford.
I support this, and I'm just talking to some of the things that you might negotiate around. It's not like in the EV users world, it's not that big a deal these days if one goes down because we all have apps and we can tell where the next one is available. So whilst there are some that historically have gone down and it's taken a while to be repaired because the technical expertise having to come a ways. And we do have some local, it's my brother-in-law, there's workarounds. We all know where we can go next. It shows up what's available on your app. It's great. Thank you.
I'll speak in favour of this. I have the catch up with Andy Knock just to give you that. The library is a significant project managing for us, and he said the budget's looking pretty good. I said that's really great. What could we potentially do in that space? And discussed solar, discussed EV charging, especially with the only public charger in Kaipui Township itself. The ChargeNet one at our library square being slower and quite expensive. I said, look into what we can do in this space, whether we put it in ourselves with that budget that's available and try and make money off it ourselves, or going out to the public companies that provide public charging stations. The turnaround on something like this, to have something actually in our papers today to consider, is really appreciated. So thank you for the collaborative that you've been doing to be able to see this sort of thing happen, because it's a real boom. And for electric vehicle users, it actually will mean price competitiveness will see the per kilowatt hour of the charge come down, which is what you see when you get, like a gull or something to the tower. That's what each price is saying. I really appreciate it. I'll ask if there's anyone who'd like to speak against the motion, otherwise I'll put the motion. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to abstentions.
I'm going to abstain because it might be viewed that I.
Councillor Smulders and Councillor Stratford abstain. We are going to break now, and we are going to break until 10 to a 40-minute lunch. I'll see you all there.
1:40.
Wait, 1:50. Welcome back to our council meeting. We're going to go to item 6.5, council open resolutions on page 159. Councillor Hall and Councillor Fitzpatrick. We will open for questions.
Just one, Your Worship. On page 21, an open resolution to investigate investment in solar infrastructure for our offices and other buildings, enable sustainable power generation and also cost saving as part of this. The reason that's pricked my interest is that happened before lunch in regard to the Waikato Civic Hub. And I've taken the opportunity with Councillor Ford to have a very quick sidebar and with our Chief Financial Officer, and I would like to pick up as part of the LTC, please, because it appears that we have made any budgetary provision to advance this. And there are a number of solar power providers who offer zero interest loans. Some offer it for free, but there's also a substantial offset in electricity costs. So it might be cost neutral, but if you don't have a budget to pursue it, it just stagnates. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Message. Just on that one, Councillor. It says investigate the investment. Are you saying that we should be looking at budget for insulation as well?
I'm not really in a position to offer a lot of additional information other than I've had an informal sidebar with the Chief Financial Officer who said that there, to the best of his knowledge, there's no budgetary provision being put aside to do this work. So I think it would be appreciated if, and to be fair, I put him on the spot, and which is not really fair to him. So if we could get a report back on where we're at, I think that would be really helpful.
Can we have to the connection to the specific open resolution? Councillor Ford.
Just in response to the matter already raised, the premise behind that resolution was that the cost of power is very expensive and it's increasing every year, as is the cost of diesel and petrol. And we pay disproportionately more here for power in the far north. So the opportunity cost for changing to solar on all of the buildings for the many roofs that we already own is going to have a significantly higher opportunity cost than other areas of the country. So until we get some numbers around what it costs in power and what it will cost us for solar and having EV chargers and EV cars, for example, we can't understand that opportunity cost.
Okay, noted. I have just rekindled that discussion with SLT and I'm asking for proposals. So I think it's absolutely time that we took some action there, and we will obviously see what implications that has. Yes.
To debate, Councillor Courtney.
Just that I do note the 10 August comment that it is under investigation.
Councillor Stratford.
We've received some little around the open resolutions and actions update from Babylon's Watchdogs regarding that resource consents that have covenants for dogs or cats to be excluded be compiled and a GSI map created, and that was, they've received pushback that it wasn't a resolution, but it came out of it came out of something that was a recommendation or an action point to be done. And I recall our CE and right, yeah, let's get that done as well. So I just wanted to raise concern that there are dog and cat owners out there that are looking to buy or rent homes, and there is no clear indicator to them of, you know, where they might run into these covenants until they go through the LIM or resource consent process if they're buying the land or if they go through tenancy. But from, what's the word, you know, a bit of information that we see, it's quite extensive because of our conservation areas. But is there a way through the chair that we can follow this up and why it's dropped off?
I remember having that discussion.
Okay.
It's to give people a better notification of what the.
Yeah, just so that information is publicly available. Yeah. Cool.
Any other members? Motion, all those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. We'll go now to item 7.3, annual report on dog control. The recommendation of the report for 2025-26. Marcus, please. That's in the good. That's in the receipt. We'll pass over to Helen to speak to the.
Kia ora, kahika, and acknowledging I have Manager Mike also available online if there's any subsequent questions. Just like to make a couple of comments before I hand over the questions. Just I would acknowledge there are 2 typos in the attachment report referring to the wrong year, so we have picked that up. And I also want to acknowledge and thank the animal management team and the results they've had over the past year. Despite being short-staffed, particularly in the southern area, they do a really tough job, and it's a really fraught situation when you're managing people's animals. So I just want to acknowledge the great work that they do and understanding there's always room to improve, of course. We have started education in schools program in the north, which has received really positive feedback, and once Southern Delta is back up to full team, we will roll out more education in schools in the southern area. Our managers implemented a new process for managing dog euthanasia, which has seen numbers reduced by 10% last year and the current year to date 14%. We're increasing our dogs being returned to their owners. As of today, we have 6,412 registrations, 71% of known dogs. 2,619 yet to re-register, but we have sent renewal notices, reminders, and we've had a 2-month social media campaign. Year to date is 28% reduction in straying complaints. This means that because our people are out there visible and working with the communities, less dogs have been complained about for straying or roaming. 17% reduction in the number of dogs impounded. Registration numbers over the past 2 years steadily increased. Large number of infringements reflect people failing to re-register their dogs by numerous reminders. However, 923 of those infringements were forgiven when the owners did contact us to re-register. We have Dog On this year, reuniting registered dogs with their owners via a simple text message, and it's great to see members of the BO watchdogs have joined this service. 3,038 people have signed up. As I say, plenty of room for improvement within this group, as there always is, and we look forward to a fully staffed band in the next few months who can do more good work in the community to keep people and our animals safe. We need to continue to do more work in the community to help the community help us solve dog issues and not do it alone. And just on a final note, let's say that the CEO has verbally approved the business case for the recruitment of the education officer to the AMO team. We'll work with the community and schools, and hopefully we'll put in the paper this afternoon. Kia ora.
Thank you. Question from Councillor Smothers and Councillor Ford.
No, Mayor, that was not a question.
Councillor Ford.
I can save it for debate.
Councillor Strickland.
I'm not sure if you can answer this, Hilary, but the survey that was done last year and there was a bit of publicity around it towards the end of last year and what the public were seeking. Can you remember, okay, have we had that survey presented at a council or Te Kukupa committee?
It was in Te Kukupa committee several months ago.
Yes. Oh, was it just in a workshop at Te Kukupa? Could we follow that up? Because I'm not sure that that's been made public, that survey, and it might be helpful because, like, when I look at this, knowing, the overwhelming voice from the public, given the deaths and serious attacks that have happened over the last few years in New Zealand, not just here, we have been very, more strict. And there's a reason behind that. There's been overwhelming support. So, sorry, you can answer if you can.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Stratford. Can I just check in quickly with Mike online as to whether he's got that survey in hand?
Good afternoon, everyone. Through you, Memoko, the survey was publicised, some results through a, I think Ken Lewis is online as well, he might be able to confirm it was through a media response. We did contribute that, but the planning and policy team have used elements of that survey when discussing the dog bylaw, so that may be what you're referring to, Councillor Stratford.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, yeah. Cool.
I'm going to go to Councillor Allen for a question.
And apparently, before my time, previously we had is this your dog page? Because I see that euthanasia, a percentage of them was because the owner, not being claimed by an owner. Is that a page we can get reinstated to support? Oh, it is in there.
It's reinstated recently.
Oh, reinstated.
There is
Where you go, there is adopted dog page.
Yeah, I've seen the adopted dog page.
Also got the dog on service. So we're trialling letting the team run with the dog on and see how that goes and see if there is also a need for the reinstatement of that Facebook page.
What's the other? Dog on.
Dog on. That's the reuniting.
I'm going to go to Councillor Smothers. Oh my goodness. I'm going to go into debate now and pass to our leader of speak. Councillor Stratford.
What I...
Oh, you did a question.
No, to speak.
Please,
Okay. What was good to see in this is the, I don't know if there's any data missing, but we haven't had any serious attacks on a person like the last 2 years. And I know from the recent report, operations briefing report, that euthanasia rates are just starting to come down, which is great. And when you compare, over the years, it was predicted in 2020, because desexing wasn't deemed a essential service, that there was going to be a big issue with cats and dogs, the quantity of them and the pressures that were going to be put on animal control and, of course, our rescues. So we're seeing that in our numbers, especially around euthanasia. I do want to acknowledge that we did a survey, as I mentioned before. We did a survey last year, and there was a resounding feedback for council to be more firm on bad dog owners. And and as an elected member, I often get myself caught up in between, dog owners and families that are impacted or farmers that are impacted by bad dog owners or slip-ups. And you might not be a bad dog owner, you might, just have had an issue, something go wrong with equipment. But the directions, the guidelines that were released by the government have also been there's a little bit of ambiguity in some parts of their guidelines around what councillors should do, but also what the animal control officers are having to do around enforcement. So there is more enforcement. We're still using the VADE model, so there's meant to be a conversation first, a warning, and then an infringement. But if people are getting 2 to 3 infringements, the public are wanting to see dog owners penalised more severely. And what I'm not seeing in this report is, what is it, where you're not allowed to own a dog again? Yeah, we're not seeing any of that yet, and perhaps it's because the dog owners have been warned that should they try to, I forget what it's called. Can
I respond to that? You're in the way.
Yeah.
Something to follow up on.
It just is in there, probationary and disqualified.
Oh. Okay. Yes, there are some in that table. Yeah, just hearing from some people who are impacted by a poor performance of dog owners that we're not doing enough. So I'm saying this all out loud because I think for dog advocates, you must appreciate the pressure that our animal control officers and us as elected members are under to ensure that the welfare of dogs is upheld, but also the safety and, the outcomes that we're seeking for the well-being of businesses and residents of our district to be upheld as well.
Councillor Research.
Happy to receive the report. No comment.
Councillor Boyd.
Thanks for the report. Just some positive feedback. The social media has been really good. That 2-month campaign that was done. I've seen a lot of information come through about the process, and then secondary to that, there was also an emphasis on electronic registrations, I noticed, so that people didn't have to go to the service centres, they could just do it online by clicking the link in the email. I think that was really helpful to help people easily re-register their dog. So whoever did the social media for that, I think it was a real winner. And the only other thing I had, and I'm not sure if Hilary can answer this or it would have to be our mayor, is the changes to the Dog Control Act or the updates. When is that, is there a time frame given to us for that yet from central government? No. We'll just keep bringing it up. Thank you.
Speaking of receiving the report, and I always take things, stats and data is always stats and data. I also take things from the state of my inbox or tags across the 20 community notice boards we've got that tag me, and I'll tag so many times every day. One in 1,000 I might actually get to see, but that it seems that our district has settled down in this space, and that people are taking dog ownership seriously, and I think we can contribute that to the education program, to the proactive patrols that have been going on from our staff, and it's registering data-wise. So really appreciate that. I've heard a lot of people on the they appreciate that. You know, you don't have to get a renewed tag, you don't have to get a new tag. Was it steel ones that we're looking at? Because some dogs like to chew on those plastic ones. Yeah, just all in all, I'm comfortable with where we are at in the council and the resource council is being supporting to be able to do better on some things. So scary for our communities in the past.
Yes, apologies. I didn't read the dog control statistics on page 272 of our agenda properly. Dog owner classification probationary, I thought that was the total for the 3, 15. Disqualified, 13. Now that's, you know, I feel for the people that went through that process, but there's a reason why people have to be disqualified from owning dogs, and those numbers are good to see. So I commend the staff on this. Thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions. That is carried. I'm now going to move, and I'll ask somebody could put that up first, please. I'm going to move for council to consider a major item not on the agenda. The recommendation is that council resolve to consider this major item on the agenda and also is limited out to showing council support and establishment funding. Being that the item was not included in the agenda due to relating with the external counsel Vice Spear on important financial matters, aspects of agreements and supporting documentation, and C, note that deferring the decision will create material funding uncertainty, delay LGFA a session across the 3 councils and need council funding NWR through undocumented advances for longer, so must be considered today. I will move if I could get a second. Councillor Research. Any commentary or questions? Councillor Court.
I'd just like to record my disquiet at receiving 377 paid supplementary agenda that was largely legal with less than 48 hours. Now, I do appreciate that there are extenuating circumstances at play, but we are being asked to make a significant financial decision today, and that is disturbing.
Councillor Smulders.
Anne actually took the words right out of my notes. 48 hours for a document that includes all these deeds and agreements is not satisfactory. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Through you, Kaika. I've been talking about the workloads and the how we have an ability to control workflows in many respects when it comes from government directives and legislation. Orders was one, timeframes imposed upon us. Local government simplification, another one, where it's all hands to the pump, setting up elected member steering groups, etc. This is not a major decision for you all to agonise over. The decisions have already been made. This has just come to us and needs to be agreed. It's part of the funding package for the Waters CCO and for LGFA funding. It was always in the pipeline, but we couldn't control when it came to us, and we had to respond to ensure that the CCO is funded in the way we want it to be funded. So I don't see it. I take the point. It is not ideal to have it's intimidating to get that. I agree. Fundamentally, the decisions were already taken. We have been through this process before in terms of the documents which are covered off by our legal advisors. I don't know if Charlie has anything further to say on that one.
I think if we do agree to include this major item, that there will be significant opportunity to ask questions of the legal experts who will be joining us for that and public exclusion.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to state before we move into public exclusion that that there is an unrealistic expectation and workload to be prepared in advance of today. I'll leave the rest of the debate for PX. Thank you.
Absolutely appreciate that. It is very hard for my chair to agree to late items coming through. I also know that we just have no choice. Have papers come through from time to time. But everyone gets to have that.
Just speaking to major item, I'm supporting that we do accept it. Is that what the resolution is? Yeah. And the reason that I am is because we have actually had this presented in a workshop to us. We've gone over a lot of that information anyway.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to Lonnie?
Considering it to go and to be discussed, and then the PX would do the rest of it. And the arguments have been said while we're doing that.
On the motion, before I put any other member like to speak, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions? That is carried. I'm now going to move to page 275. That the public be excluded from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting. 8.1, confirmation of previous minutes PX. 8.3, committee and committee minutes PX. 8.4, contract 7/24/27 by tire wastewater overflow stage 1 variation approval. 8.5, tire wastewater treatment plant desludging program variation. 8.6, contract lighting maintenance and renewals contract extension. 8.7, council's public excluded open resolution August 2026. And now also item 8, was limited LGFA session, council support and establishment funding. And also note that our high frequency level in particular, ultimate community board chairs will remain at the public excluded part of this meeting. I could just any commentary? Then we will put the motion for those in favour say aye. Those with abstentions. Welcome back to our council meeting. In public exclusion, we considered a number of items. The decisions and outcomes of those items we considered will be publicly communicated in due course. For the time being, though, they reports themselves will stay in public exclusion. And with that, I thank you all for your time in our council meeting. Those online, ko te tapo ngā kōrero ka eke ki ngā pātua ki ngā tāpau, ki ngā koko maha haingi hui.
Bye.